Salon people and then party them. Saga Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like Salon discussion, meets the ministers, the president's hour, and the Gladi program. Look me, I look you. All this they start soon na www.sarahjemmedia.org. Now who's tem these?
Where person buy them products they are waiting and go for do. Where the sun come out, then they go put this product directly under the sun. The sun now they charge the panel. The energy from the sun they store on this panel, where you can now host even time for can turn your light on.
My name is Mariam Akamara. I'm the founder and director of Smiling Through Light.
What that is? All right. Una call waiting. Kabatenke, not so. All man they look now. Hey, Batenke, who's are you there? Then kind of meet the paramount chief. And the paramount chief say, well, if una want Batenke, we'll get for put small cooler for Batenke. Yes. Aha. So then, we all want clean energy, correct? We all want solar lights. And more importantly, we want solar lights for we picking them for study. We want solar lights. Some of people even want solar light just for run ordinary freezer. Where they free tongue and know what italic where I not get light for just put food inside me freezer. Because it means every day pass I go buy fresh food. If I don't cut the fish before they put a light not there, the fish don't boil. Not so. If it where you smoke the fish, fly down sit down pana na tumbu the common not so. But we Batenke down there, you get a light day. When net come, you put your freezer on with that solar day. Definitely, it go work. When you picking one for study, it like you know for put the big lights on, you picking, it go sit down, it go study fine. Because we're picking the study on the light, we're not good in yai. Not so? Right. And we all want to picking a healthy, smiling through light, solar energy. Batenke is about that. It's about health. It's also about wealth. As many other things as Mariam Agefoka explained to her. So, me, not stranger, but today, me I talk and say, I dey go inside una belly, make una born me inside Lochar, make una take me as una young picking. Case closed. Now me done so.
This is such an exciting time for us, and we've just launched a program called Shining a Light on Kamakure and Lonsau. So we basically got a grant which is a comic relief and DFID grant under the Common Ground initiative, and this particular grant is managed by Afford UK. So Shining a Light on Kamakure and Lonsau, it's all around job creation, income opportunities, getting the products in. So a couple of the activities that we're doing within this project is that we're recruiting 9 staff in Sierra Leone. So we're recruiting 3 staff in Freetown, 3 in Kamakure, 3 in Lonsau. We're opening 3 offices in Freetown, Kamakure and Lonsau. We're doing 2 community awareness events, which we held last week, Thursday and Friday. So we had this whole big road trip, and we're doing the community activities and we're using storytelling. So working with Mr. Juldeh Jalloh, the Cow Footprint. So the project is in partnership with the Mambena Cultural and Community Project. And we're using storytelling because even as a company, I don't want people to just get the product. I really want people to understand that I'm using the product and these are the benefits of it. So we're doing a lot of educational work within communities, training them on how the products work, why they should be using the product. You know, we always tell them that light is good for your health, it's good for your education, it's good for your business, because of loads of different reasons. So it's a really exciting project.
As a professional storyteller, I am here to kind of like engineer a story within the whole project itself. If you've ever been up country in Sierra Leone here, firefly is very, very common here at night. But not many people have actually noted how the firefly actually gives it light. In the daytime, it's stationary. In fact, it's hidden in the daytime, absorbing the heat from the sun. And then at night, the firefly energizes itself and literally just gives itself fire, light, in order to light its way around. That gives the firefly independence. That gives the firefly the ability to operate when many other living organisms probably aren't operating at all. And just those two basic principles are important for our women, whereby through working with Smiling Through Light, you know, selling the solar lights, they're able to generate income for themselves. Through that income, they're able to feed their families, and they're able to kind of get some kind of economic independence. Up country, when you go to school and you have to study at night, you have to use what we call bengbe lamp. Now, if you've been in Sierra Leone, you ever use what we call bengbe lamp, which is like just like an empty milk tin with a twig in it, and then we put kerosene in that, and you study with that kind of firelight. Literally, you get black nostrils, to put it very mildly. But also, it makes the young people ill. Bringing in solar light, like Smiling Through Light is bringing in, will help a lot of young people to study efficiently at night, but also to study and get a better health, you know, while they're studying at night. So for me, using storytelling and using the firefly as a metaphor to illustrate the use of solar energy, I think it's just very, very effective. It is within the cultural context of the people, and they just never will forget what Smiling Through Light is all about.
The problem we're trying to solve is really to make sure people are using clean, sustainable and reliable products. And why is this? Because only 13% of our population have access to electricity. So that means only 13% of the population have access to the grid. And once you don't, people now rely on different lighting options. So for example, people would use kerosene to light up their homes, they would use candles, they would use pan lamp, and these are all really dangerous. The good thing with solar products is that we're in a country where we have unlimited amount of sun. You're getting free light basically. So we want people to really have access to clean energy.
My name is Madam Salematu Kamara. Me na chair lady for the Market Women Marampa Chiefdom, and the trade where they do na lapa business at the deal with. The fuel system, they can short in the lights, because you know they get light free as how the light been they run trade. And automatically, if they count solar system na losar, I'm not going to tell you na lie. We they very happy, because at times we can get breakdown from the machine where they light for we. And when the machine break down, automatically you pick in there, then small lights they will make it and bug, they're not going to see fine. But if we get solar, the cable assist, we pick in there for let them read in a net for study. It's not easy for live now, sir. If the job, although job don't begin calm, but I'm not going to tell you say 15% of people they would now, sir, they don't get. No, it's not possible yet. Mama, this program where they try for bring calm, we're really happy about that, because now woman will get respect for person self. You can't hire now with this project for can help Marampa chiefdom, I say automatically we ready for work with you. He get plan for in hometown. It will not go ever let her down. Shine the light, smiling through lights.
I am Yusufu Jalloh, the cow foot prince. And the firefly, it came like this. Na panke yantenga molua. Gudana yantenga molua baba horimbing. Shining a light, smiling through
Hello and welcome to another edition of Saga Media Live on YouTube and Facebook. I want to say welcome to everybody. Today is another day we will be counting live from the UK and American studios. So I want to wish you all the best this evening. I know say everybody is totally engaged in doing so many things because we don't get a very hot day today in the UK. Very strange, and everybody is about acting sexy, wearing their short dress, short clothes, and short everything. But that's just for today. We don't know what tomorrow holds because the UK weather is one of the most unpredictable things where they happen within the society. But today, how they go inside the Republic back again? We get something we want to talk about. We now burning issues then where they affect we community in Sierra Leone and also we Sierra Leone community out of Sierra Leone. Today I like I will call it semi-monologue. But guess what? The Fulamande on the way. It scans it right now. It's on a special mission. Anybody know that special mission? They can ask me questions. I'm not going to forget for now because I'm not going to go and contact and communicate with everybody right now, YouTube and Facebook. But I want to say welcome to now, and then I want to say today we get for engage in so many different things that we want to talk about. One of the few topics that today we get now, fuel crisis is still the go up, and we still not say when fuel crisis becomes an issue in any country, everything else will become an issue because it starts from fuel, brigade will go up, command will go up, plazas will go up because someone will begin to tell you say fuel don't go up. So when fuel go up, then they ease the price for everything because they for take transport, for go collect or bring car, all them consumables, then they will don't talk about so for bring car at the city or elsewhere. So we therefore be very mindful of how the fuel prices they become a very serious issue in the salon, and we will talk about that one back as well today. The next topic we'll get on discussion today therefore be the LAJ Saga. The saga continues. We did a program about him a couple of months ago. We see the LAJ and the Sierra Leone police, but it is still the LAJ and the Sierra Leone police with question mark. So we don't know whether the question mark is reliable, or we don't know whether the question mark is authentic, it is true, it's realistic, or it's just an illusion. But anyway, we'll discuss that back as well, and we'll be able to know exactly what's in there around the LAJ saga. We still continue. The other thing, the fact say we get a by-election which will happen at Onkolili districts, and we realized a couple of days ago the former flag bearer of APC was about to make his way to the particular area, but he was stopped, and I think he pulled a fuss at the police and said, "I'm not going to stop me, make I not go Insai I want for go because I am a Sierra Leonean," something of the sort anyway, but I'm not too sure about the story in depth. But anyway, so what thing can happen now officially, I think APC will get their own official day for rally, and we understand say the vice president make a visit to the particular area. For what reason, nobody knows. For what reason, maybe he knows more than us, but at the same time it creates some amount of chaos where I feel to say, no, right, at some point, maybe people in don't make few decisions before it happens. But anyway, that's another issue we talk about today. Then the other one where we bring come in shortly, now the football saga. We will see what's in happen on Monday, and we're all looking forward to that match, hoping that the previous match on a Friday with Nigeria was just a test run, and I think the boys might think they performed very well. Well, maybe, yeah, maybe not, but anyway, that's everybody's opinion. It depends on how you watch the game and what you actually see and how you assess the game for B. But we also been look forward to the Sierra Leone Guinea-Bissau match, hoping it might be maybe one of the first win for the new challenge for Go AFCON 2023. But again, we see some amount of surprises we would not really expect, but at the same time, we are always fond of coming back from the back and make things even and not always win, even though they try to make things even. But the game was so much controversial to me at some point, if I would say so. But at the end of the day, we managed to secure a draw. So that's not the thing that we'll talk about today briefly. And I know say when Juma joined we, because they don't transit right now, we will forget in one part of the discussion. But like I said earlier on, I am possibly going to start to run a semi-monologue program. Right. It's not new to me, but I think at some point it might be new because today has been a very hot day in the UK. Now, no man, no go show now beyond my surroundings because this is a studio setting and it's really hot, extremely hot. I've got all the doors, all the windows open today for the first time. I normally don't do that at all. And I believe, say, when the weather is becoming this hot, some of we when a hay fever sufferers, them they get really, really challenging times. As soon as I see my eyes, they're all long, begin dull, it's full of dust, my nose is blocked constantly. I'm always on black diamine. If you get black diamine, don't forget your black diamine. So if you get that with you, you know, one of the hay fever sufferers, them for the soccer on a regular basis, at least you can get some mint really clear your throat. So basically, for hay fever sufferers, these are very much challenging times for us in the UK. And I wish you guys a very speedy recovery if you suffer from that. But anyway, let's start the discussion. Let's start the ball rolling. But we'll start on first soft. Let's talk about the most recent thing we have to say shock almost every Sierra Leonean, and then we be into sport. We had the football match we happen on Friday and the one we happen on Monday. Well, we all see say this new Leone Star. Now a team of youths, very young players, very young caliber of footballers, they we just don't come into the prime of their game and then believe say they're ready for perform and play for their country of origin of their parents, some of them, and some of them we fortunate for born as alone. I say fortunate because to be born in Sierra Leone is different. It's a privilege for some of us. It is an opportunity that one will miss if you are not born in Sierra Leone because you will not understand exactly what it means to be born and bred in Sierra Leone. And you can't, this part of the world, you see the chalk and cheese value of how we look at things in a different manner. But anyway, the players then we get right now are young breed of Sierra Leoneans. Possibly the average age could be between 25. And when I say between 25, the youngest could be about 17 or 18 or like slightly over 18. So, and the oldest might be in his 40s, early 40s or so. But anyway, now a team where gets a mixture of young, middle age, and possibly end of football age. We could be 30, 35, going 40. We see a very good mix doing AFCON, and we see a very good mix with the friendlies that will happen inside Turkey and the few one that will happen on the other side that we then go. But I think, I don't know how much relevance was placed into those friendlies, especially when we get cushion matches that we get for play for qualify for the AFCON 2023 in Ivory Coast. The first encounter we'll get with Nigeria was maybe a match. Possibly we might be thinking we go for a draw because we don't have an out-and-out card we'll go feel to say we're able to defeat Nigeria anyway. But the boys did well. They put up a challenge. They got a first goal. But as normal, as usual, we don't maintain our goals. I don't know what was the problem. But my opinion in that game, I think there was few issues with communication with the defense line. And we have a very new captain. Again, now we are one of the first people immediately after AFCON raised the eyebrow for say, well, Stephen Coker looks like a potential captain. And I feel say he deserves to be a captain because of his leadership role that he played during the AFCON. Nothing for do with Zengele. Zengele has done very well. He has performed very well over the years. But I think the AFCON was not his competition. The reason being, my opinion again, I was expecting more of a captainship, leadership role at so many areas than we actually say, if I don't step in, but we didn't see him perform that much as a captain. But as a player, he did extremely well. I think he was more focused on playing the game than more so for control the tempo of the game and putting things in charge, making sure that he's in charge. But it might also give some amount of leverage to Coker because again a new player will just come in and you get for accommodate them because they will play alongside each other, give them some amount of responsibility. In terms of experience, I would say yes, Steven get more experience than him, but I think in terms of experience for playing for the country, I think Zengele was possibly ahead of him on that area. But I think Zengele, to me, did not perform well as a captain, but he performed extremely well as a player. But rather unfortunate the way how things happen, but that's football. Sometimes you predict, sometimes you don't get what you predict. But at the end of the day, we now have a new captain. They said it was not official. It was just like covering up for some games, but eventually we all knew exactly what was happening anyway. So the match against Nigeria was a bit of a challenge because you get Koka and Cisse, possibly they play for the very first time. Cisse also didn't go to AFCON because of the injury that he gets. I was really, really stunned because I think he was looking forward to the AFCON, and possibly one of the experienced players away might have made a difference in that particular tournament for the national team. But again, you're not the coach, so you might have to say a little bit of what you know and just leave the rest for the coach and the technical team for make decisions. But it was a very good competition at the end of the day. So coming up to the Nigeria game, we were expecting something of introduction of the new team, introduction of the new players. But I think the young breed are still very much young because for representing country is not an easy task, especially when you just come up from that junior level of football. You don't come into your first team, you don't get too much first team experience yet in the club where you play for, and then straight up you're stepping up to play for your national team. And I think that is a lot of expectations that we might be putting up to these boys. So I want to make we get that in the back of our mind, say that should not be the focus point right now, except if we want to make the manager or the coach build a new team for the next couple of years to come. But our expectation of these young boys should not be that high because they are still young boys, they're still learning, and they possibly have 1 or 2 more years for play for the national team, for being able to grasp the concept really, really well, for making it means so much to them, what it means to play for your country. Because sometimes you might not know the value because you're still coming of age. You still don't know what it is. You don't know the culture that much. You haven't been involved in African football tournaments before. Your life in football is just focused in Europe. So you might have to learn a bit more of how the African game is played and how the competition is like anyway. Because if you haven't played it that much, you don't know exactly what the feeling is like. But for countries like Nigeria, Ghana, and other places, Ivory Coast, Senegal, Mali, Cameroon, they have seasoned players who plays in the African tournament week in, week out, or yearly out. So basically, they know what it is. They know the value of the competition itself. But like I said, we boys are young, and the performance they put up with Nigeria was not a bad performance in my opinion. I think they did extremely well for just 2-1 to Nigeria. Again, there's an element of defensive blunder where I feel to say go down to the responsibility of the striker, right down to the goalkeeper. Everybody has to play their role, and everybody should support each other very well. So that game was something that we were not really paying much attention to in terms of winning it, except otherwise. But we all know, say, for go play Nigeria and beat Nigeria inside their home ground is something that is quite impossible. Not that we underestimate the team, but we know the level of competition where they don't reach, and we know the level of experience where they get compared to the players they will get. Like I said, these are just young boys still growing and learning the game. So the results we'll get in Nigeria was not unexpected. It was expected to be like that. Maybe a draw would have been much better for us. But coming into the Guinea-Bissau game, I think we underestimated them a lot. Taking into consideration, we never lost any match to them. We have won almost 90% of the games we've played against Guinea-Bissau, and we don't do a few. So we went into the game with high expectation. They can't beat them, especially with Nigeria only be able to give it 2-1. But I think if I was a manager and I watched the last Guinea-Bissau match against what's the name of the country again? Okay, I don't forget the country they play. I think Sao Tome also. But the country they play, they give them 5-1. 5-1, the same day we will play against Nigeria. Their result was 5-1, and they came from behind. So definitely, this is not a team that gets scoring power. It doesn't matter who they're playing. But if you have a team that can score 5 goals in a game, in a match, it means they've got scoring power. It means they have the potential to score goals. It depends, or it doesn't really matter who they are playing against. it means they have prolific strikers or they have prolific midfielders that can score goals. So you don't underestimate a team like that. Because I remember back in the days when Arsenal was Arsenal, yeah, I don't say Femi go out for watch why they can't really stop. But when Liverpool was not Liverpool, they struggle for strikers. But now that we know the Liverpool that is the Liverpool that we all see, we know for sure. I'm not saying you see it up, but I need me come in. I don't say for sure. Liverpool has a tendency to score at least a minimum of 2 goals per game. So you don't underestimate their potential of scoring goals. So if you can't play that you want beat it for beat like a 3-4, you forget the capacity to score more goals for things to go for beat Liverpool. And then we only lost game by either 1-0 or something of a massive goal scoring lineup. It could be like a 4-3 or 3-2 or 4-something, or it's not easy because you score one against them, they have the tendency to score 2. So that's the kind of match we were playing against Guinea-Bissau. They had goal scorers, and then we come into the match like, okay, we can't for can play and can't beat their ass because we don't go get a fairly good game against Nigeria, so we stand a chance for play them and give them the best of our ability. But one thing I don't understand about the team selection with the Leone Star team, now the chop and changes. Okay, I think coach not still able to forget the proper first team lineup of a squad yet. Again, it will take him time, except if we know how to allow him. But I think if we allow him, it might take him a couple of more games to actually identify who will be his first team players. Because I not ever see any club or country when I get first 11. You should have a first 11. But again, let's learn from the AFCON. Where Select will learn from the AFCON. Not make it first 11. No disrespect to home-based players. But I don't think it is respectful to have a bunch star-studded professionals who plays in higher leagues in Europe on the bench, not even wearing vests at some point. And then you get home-based players that really play. Like I said, no disrespect to the home-based players, because you get for make use of you international players that we get really playing at high league levels then. And because you are for winning, football is about winning. It should not be of any form of compliment or compensation or sympathy or anything. You don't put emotions in the game. You put winning in the game, because winning is what is effective, is what everybody wants. It doesn't matter who plays. If the country wins, now Salon win. That's what that play matter. Now we win. So I think if I was a coach, I would be thinking that level. Thinking that level meaning I need a winning team. I need a team that will deliver for me on the day. And that team is going to be my first 11. If you want to break into that first 11, you have to do it either on training pitch or your form, wherever you're playing. But as far as I'm concerned, I will not have goal scoring machines in different leagues or different clubs all over the world. I put them on the bench, and then I have people who I'm just giving opportunity to come and play. When they test match for competition level, we now winning the team, because when you lose, you don't go to the next stage. But when you win, you go to the next stage. But one thing I also believe is I won't forget that non-conviction. I mean, it's a Salon, anything we really do is just about participation. It's not about winning. And the reason make I say this now, because we get closer to the edge of taking the next step, and then we are okay. So as far as we're concerned, we participated. Yeah, we'll play, I'll do well. See what beats down and there will top on it. To us, drawing the match against Guinea-Bissau was victory. And guess what? That's a shame. No victory for me. No victory at all. Because we could have played better and possibly win the match or draw the match. But we perform woefully. Now, just by mere margin, we end up for the other game day with half of the team playing against us anyway. And we still say we did well? No. We should put our heads down. Even when we're doing the press briefing, we should have our heads down, which I think I saw a couple of times. And I realized when I looked at the body language of Steven, he was not happy. He was not like, he doesn't seem like a person that we know. He looks very down, because you can tell that the performance on that day was not good. We can't make excuses of the rain. We can't, because the rain come, it falls on both sides of the game, everybody will play under the same weather condition. So how we lose our footing immediately when we start the second half, I didn't realize, because we had chances and we don't take our chances. Equally so with Nigeria game, we have our chances, we didn't take them. We're 1-up, we're still pussyfooting around, we're not taking our chances. And if you don't bury these goals against teams like Nigeria or teams that have capacity to score, then you're digging your own grave, because when they have their chance, they will take it. If they have 10 chances per game, they will hit the target at least 5 times, they will score 1. That is what we should be looking at as team statistics. How many times did we hit the target? Not take flippant chances that goes over the bar, doesn't hit the target, and it goes around the corner. Oh, now near miss Dandy. No, that is nothing. If we can hit the target 10 times in a match, it means we have the potential to score goals. But how many times do we hit the target? Possibly once or twice. So we have to start taking our chances. We have to start looking at prolific strikers that we have that can score goals. We can't keep these players on the bench because we think, oh, we don't know them, or oh no, I therefore make sentiment of bringing 1 or 2 players. No, we shouldn't be doing that. Let's use the players that we have, use their full potential. Again, I'll still make this complaint because I am being specific about one specific player now, we have to say hasn't been given enough chances yet to perform for the national team. You might think it's wrong, you might think otherwise, but I think it's my opinion. I mean, Sule Kaikai has been doing extremely well last season. He played very well a couple of seasons ago. He was at Crystal Palace. He moved on to different clubs. But his performance before the AFCON was great. Can't even believe he wasn't even featured for a full match. Can't even believe that he wasn't even featured for a full match. He only came in like, 10, 15 minutes. And whenever they put him in, you see how the game they change, because he's got the pace, he's got the skills, he's got the agility, and he can deliver. Why not utilize him properly? You have the other guy, Issa Cisse, where they play Holland. Again, equally so. These guys have the potential. They are very much thirsty to play. They want to be involved. They want to get themselves engaged. Utilize them. Not giving them. You bench them for what reason? Which player? Who you go put them player in a bench for? I am not a coach, but guess what? I think sometimes you possibly need to think beyond reality. Give everybody their fair chance, because we still don't yet to have the first 11. During the days of Zengeli, the way they start doing anything, then we know for sure we get first 11. Then nobody really argue that first 11. Then at 11 man is where they play, because we know so these are the fixed 11 players that will be the first lineup for any international match we get, because we know they are the most prolific player that we have to select. We don't have a choice. But since we lost that batch, we still haven't put our foot on the right pedal yet. We still they chop and change. We cannot be chopping changing. We cannot be doing test rehearsals when we got proper matches to play. So the game against Guinea-Bissau was a shamble as far as I'm concerned. We did not perform. We performed woefully. We could have done better. Even with a 9-man squad or whatever the team might be, we can't even beat them. We merely get a draw. Come on. We came back. Can you imagine that? And this is supposed to be our home match. It's look at what so we don't in terms of going to the other issues. Not as if football not serious, it's serious. But with next game now, we look up for see how they play. I think Sao Tome. Again, we go back with the assumption, say, Sao Tome and Nigeria was it 10 something? I'm not too sure what the score, because when the person sent me the score, I was not too sure. I can't believe it, it's true. And then at the same team way, Guinea-Bissau 5-1. So we go now with the hope, say, I know we will give them 6-0. Because we still anticipate what the scoreline is going to be, because we the underrated. And there is no underdogs in football no more. Yeah? So let's take that game very seriously. We look at that game very seriously, because we don't draw one, We don't lost one. So now the two qualifiers and waiting at the top is Nigeria and Guinea-Bissau. And you only need 2 teams to qualify. Look, no rely on their best loser thing, we will rely on our AFCON. Because if we be put we head straight in the AFCON, we for likely go to the next stage. So look, we not begin rely on that same kind of concept. They say, oh no, no more, we'll go third place or best runner up and blah blah blah. That's crap. We don't need that. Again, I'm still concerned about the discipline of the team, discipline of the national team, discipline of the national team. I'm still concerned. We still don't have these guys to act like professionals yet. And when I say professional yet, I will be specific. Because most of the professionals they play Europe, I know they are professionals. Most of the young boys they will get where then are clubs them in the UK or Holland or elsewhere, I know they are professionals. I am not saying the others are not, but I think we get serious issues with professionalism in camp, on the pitch, off the pitch, and everything else where I feel they happen. So it's not just about the players, but management as well. Management. It's not just about the coach, but the managerial structure. I still can't believe that we still have the team manager on pitch training with the boys. I don't understand that. I just don't understand how that can be possible in current day football. I don't know when last we see the team manager of Arsenal. They're not getting pitch with the coach. I don't know when last I see Liverpool team manager. Although we call them different names in the UK because the manager and we select the team and everything, but we own team manager and we call them team manager and they manage the team affairs. I don't know what he is doing on the training pitch with the players. But if you want to play ball, go find your own pitch, play football. That pitch, outside players then they now for coach and players. I don't see any reason why administrative structure should be involved on the pitch of play. That's training. What you have organized to players in that training? Will the coach not get it tell them? So we have many voices, many people talking to these players, many people telling them different things. And it should not be like that. So that is where we lack a lot of professionalism because we don't know, people don't possibly execute their roles properly. I don't think people really execute their roles properly. Because if you are part of administration, imagine this game, you see people with suits right now the edge of the playing field with suits standing there. We know for sure these are not match officials. They should be not stand there for day. Then for them not stand, not so the pitch of play them for day. They not get nothing for doing a pitch of play. But again, I say professionalism. We still lack that a lot in the national team. So for beginning at the guest dancing and make people understand the role and also how far them for take them role to. You can't see the Secretary General of Manchester United then a pitch side. It's not possible. It's just not possible. And if we decide for emulate things, then look, we do the best. Let's copy the best practices if we want to reach any standard. Because if we don't practice the best, if we don't copy the best practices, that means we're not learning. So I don't know how the administrative structure they run, but I think we should address these things. Player na pitch ide. Admin na office ide. Structures that we're not getting nothing for do with game of play should not be on the pitch side. If you're not a technical coach, if you're not part of the coaching team, you should not be on pitch side. I see no use of you being on the pitch side because you are disturbing the game. Because the amount of influence you have on those players can distract their play. Not everybody should be talking. We should have control mechanism, who talks to who and when and how. That's not my own observation. I think we should begin look at them things and begin to take them very seriously. But like I close football, league football not can take the rest of the program. That is just one aspect of what we want to talk about. We'll move on. whilst I wait for me comrade, not so me comrade, me not for that comrade business. Why are they wait for? Now you know what you laugh. Why they wait for Mr. Jumaba? Yes, Mr. Jumaba will join me soon. When Mr. Jumaba join me, I will remind you now, viewers, say I will a mistake call me comrade, not to me comrade. Now Jumaba, now my colleague, now my man, now all the work. So basically, I for call that really. Mr. Wafe, me family watch. Mr. Kama, you want to come in quickly? Look, we just get some quick gist on what I don't start for talk about. Today you are in green. What's I put green so? Let that be you.
It's not a problem, ba. I love wear green. What's it up into green?
That's it. I said today you're in green. You know what's the meaning of wearing green at this program again? Me I don't feel color anyway. Any color for everywhere. So over to you, Femi. I know I don't talk about football shortly. We'll get 3 or 4 more topics on the discussion today. Now I'll be going to go inside the Republic. Viewers, if you just join me, we will talk about inside the Republic today and how they affect we as Sierra Leoneans in Sierra Leone and out of Sierra Leone. But Femi, let me come in quick, make her get to your own view and say hello to viewers them and what you want to say to them today in regards to the football I don't begin to talk about. I don't say make you change you, guys. You and go. Over to you, Mr. Palmer.
See where you left. Not because I wear green, you can't jealous me. If you wear green, I for wear green, brother. Not a problem. Green or red or blue, all na one.
All are close.
I tell you, close na close.
Close na close.
No, so yeah. So first of all, I'd like to welcome we guest him. Last week I nothing saying from me. I was very quiet.
Where Mr. Palmer?
I did tell you.
Where is my schoolboy?
So welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you wanna do it here today. Obviously, we can't do this without you. I keep saying that. We need your help for spread the program, for tell more people about what they do, and make una can join the conversation because not we no more for talk. Or should I say, not to T-Boy and Juma no more for talk? Because then guys, when they talk boku. When T-Boy, I want just catch one way to talk earlier on. We say football not a sentiment game. But T-Boy, quick question for you. When you call one player in particular, why you single that player out there? May not be say you get small sentiments for that player though, because I know say he's having in parents them. Because na he born at the UK, very close to your home, and I know say you know the parents. So may not be say you single them out, say that boy for play because of the familiarity.
I would say no, and look at you why I say no, because I also have access to so many of the new players that will come in, and I believe say some of the younger folks that will come in as right now. I get access to them, and I know them not personally, but I know them very well, and I know their parents. So I would say quite a large number of the team I know their parents, the younger ones. But the reason make us be specific with Kaikai with Sule now because he's been around the team for some time now. This is not his first year. I think now in third year now he is or the fourth year this old team. So and he hasn't been given a fair chance to perform because people still don't know who Sule Kaikai is. I can tell you that for sure. Even in the national team right now, there are very few people who know the lethal ability of Sule Kaikai. Many people don't know. But we've watched him since he's been growing up at Crystal Palace. We've watched him where he go at the first team. He excelled at the first team. But again, the competition level at the first team was too great, but he was still young. And he started to be loaned to different various big clubs. So basically, we don't follow up in background growing up in the UK in football. Not to say that any specific reason, apart from knowing his family. But I think I also know so many of the other players that we don't come in out and the new players in their family. But they are new. They haven't been around for that long. So I will not be specifically highlighting them in that regards. I mean, I came across this wing back, this young boy, what name is it? Kevin Wright. I came across him during the AFCON, and I was extremely impressed with Kevin Wright because his performance was extremely good. Kake, of course, I know Kake since he was a child. So I know almost half of the young breeds of this national team right now. But the reason we can single out Kai now because I think he came before even Kake. And his position is not the same as Kake, so they will not be in competition. But I think he hasn't been utilized that much in his position. Let me make a highlight him specifically. But Kake and few more others, I know them personally very well since they were like kids. So not to say any kind of favoritism more, no sentiment at all for me.
Yes, so Fambulem una bear with me. The reason I want to put Siboy on the deck, I want to make it actually, talk more about not just Kai but Kai and others as well. Because Siboy is actually, I'm not going to give credit to, but he been help train them boy also. So something awake in the talk about football, he knows a little bit of what he's saying. They're mourning them, they go football, they go with camera, they film, they talk to the bobo them, they talk to the coach them, and they help the bobo them. I can see at times you can go try say you want play ball and do say I can laugh and say look this poor guy, but move come on at the place make the bobo them play ball, man. But no, seriously, some of these younger kids, it's about time they have the chance, because a lot of we picking them, not to just Sierra Leone, but a lot of African picking them, Kindina Bokuden Club so, and then they excel in their own right. But what think it happen when them begin get good games, consider like England, go take them over soon and get their allegiance, but then they go waste their career because they would possibly never play. Or something, they'll play one friendly here, one friendly there, and they'll never represent England or Scotland or Wales or Germany. We they see once in a while one person like right now, so we get a Sierra kid playing in Finland. They play,
yeah.
They play in Scotland. Kamara, yeah, he play in our club in Scotland, and yeah. he plays for another European country. But our point now, we born and bred in our salon. So we losing talent to other nations them if we not embrace them with the young. Again, for both waiting T-Boys see, there's nothing wrong with our home-based players. We wish them all the luck. Yes, then competition has an opportunity for me, then go out and go show themselves, so that potentially themselves might get a club we go come by them and give them the opportunity. Most young people they look for Sierra Leone. But football not a sentiment, cup game not a sentiment. If we want go win, we get for go with the best players. Right now we league not really they play in our salon. And not only do so very well for a while. Yes, football on begin play back, but it's going to take time for me to get to the position they will be in there before. And even them position they will be in there before, we were still not competitive. I argued with T-Boy after the Nigeria game because T-Boy was adamant say Salon not try. And I said to T-Boy, Usai Nigeria Day, Usai Salon Day, we get for applaud them for actually walking away with a 2-1 defeat, because their team regular qualifies them for African Nations Cup. They don't go World Cup almost them, and we struggle to do all these things. So they have those experience above us. But Boku lesson they will get for land. But I think one of the key lessons them now we get for take things slow. We're going to take things slow. Let's build, low build, as you say, low build from the youth. Low build come up. Low mix the young player them with a few experienced player them. We go help them through the game, because we can't go play competition football with a bunch of 17-year-olds. It doesn't work. We need a mix of both youthful energy and elderly wisdom. We then can say football which you ever get a man we subdue secret foul them. Hold the ball, stop the game, slow the game down to the pace where they're able to play. So we need to look at all entities, because if we say we just go bring people them for can win the game and go bring young kids, we will be going out before qualifying stages them, because we won't have the experience to know when we're in the lead, how to protect the ball. We know we'll get the experience for no say, okay, now it don't camp and cam. We get football which we can for put the ball into the box so we're able to score.
I totally agree with you on that, Femi, and I believe still we'll get for look at that very seriously. I like what you mentioned Kamara, where they play for Finland, where they Scotland right now. I think Kamara came into with knowledge equally the same time we get Sule Kaikai on board. I remember that was like, I think 6 or 7 years ago. Kamara was one of the young players who were selected or nominated for Young Sierra Leonean Player of the Year award. They put together in London, but I think that award they don't stop because now media tell me the time for puts that stop it together and do it twice, but it stopped. So now they will not begin to discover Kamara, but again, nothing was done to bring him on board. But that's fine. That's football. And
his name is Glenn Kamara, yeah? Glenn
Kamara.
Yeah.
Yes, it's Glenn Kamara. And there were a few more other boys during that same era we will look at. We've been in our different clubs, then especially in that Finland block, the Scandinavian block, Sweden, Norway, and Finland. But anyway, that's Glenn Kamara. I think if they Arsenal at some point as well. So basically, that's not just what Team Femi they highlight on the fact, say, we follow these boys since they were young. We've been around with them, we know exactly their background. But like I say, Kevin Wright was one of the most impressive. At some point during the AFCON, don't give up, Kevin. They both are 4-4, 5-5. But he was just focused. So these are some of the things we're looking at. We need young players. Nobody knows to say young players are not good, but let's have a mixture and blend of them so they'll be able to perform well with the experience of older players. Then we'll be able to put them in and make sure see them do the best they can. And I know say that just highlights one thing more about the last stuff on football. The Kai Kamara situation. I think the Kai Kamara situation to me was unfortunate. And the reason why I make I say it was unfortunate, the slogan when they say Kai Kamara na inke we go AFCON then na him being we come back salon. A very controversial, ironic statement. But I think my opinion, again, Kai Kamara was the best player for the AFCON tournament for Leone Star. Kai Kamara was one of, Stephen Coker another, Kevin White, Kake, and few more others. Zengeli is another. But I think Kamara played extremely well as a supporting striker. What Kai Kamara did during AFCON, I not say Salon player another for Duam as in Eju, but it will be a struggle. The game against Ivory Coast, it was Kai Kamara. The game against Algeria, it was Kai Kamara. Even the game where we lost against Equatorial Guinea, it was Kai Kamara. Meaning he was a striker, a defender, and a midfielder. I don't know how he got the guts to run up and down the pitch like nobody cares. So a rather unfortunate way he missed a penalty will make we go out of the AFCON box. The whole tournament is down to lack of professional preparation. I will continue to say this over and over and over until it gets to the ears of the people who should be listening to some of them comment there, so and then they give their deaf ears to them. Because if we were professional enough, we wouldn't have lost the game to Ivory Coast. We wouldn't have lost the game to Equatorial Guinea. And even this game will play so on Monday, I think it is an amount of lack of professionalism going into the game. Preparations before the game. We tend to ignore that as professionals, but I think we should always bear that in mind because it is very essential to the victory of anything that you're going to do for the next day if you don't prepare yourself the night before properly. If you don't go to bed on time, your mindset is not stable. If you don't rest enough, your mindset is not going to be stable. If you don't eat the right food, your mindset is not going to be stable. If you don't have the right conversation, your mindset is not going to be stable. So we have to look at all these various different things that will distract your mindset before something that you're preparing to do the next day. The night before is the key element to the success of that particular thing you might be going to do the next day. So let me not just take a number on football, but on everything that we do. To be successful the next day will determine how you go to bed before that day comes. If we get that at the back of our mind and we get our professional aspect or logic behind us, say we should be prepared mentally, physically, emotionally, and financially, then yes, we're ready to win. But like I said earlier on, we're only there to participate. That's the best we can give, and that's the best we can take, and that's the best we as citizens can accept, because that's what we believe in. That's the far line we can go and say, oh yeah, well, at least we don't qualify. No. We begin for the go step further. Now Gambia goes to for the first time, all the way to quarterfinals. So there's nothing different. Femi, you want to me? I see you want to say something.
Yeah, but ask if you know the reason why Kai Kamara was left out.
Kai Kamara resigned officially out of the national team, I think. So basically,
so now in choice, not to say.
Yes, no, so the only thing I wouldn't say in person is Zengele.
Okay, so yeah, so I agree with you. I think Kai Kamara had an outstanding tournament, and he was ashamed that he missed a penalty. But guess what? Somebody get for take penalty. You know, and he was man enough. He stood tall, very tall, a tall guy. He stood tall, and you know he missed the ball. Unfortunately, you know that's football for you. I hope say no more, not so that make the knock and go, or not so that make it decide say you know I'm play football or international football again, because guess what? So Jamila playing in 40s, not so.
Yeah.
You know, we still, you know, even when we switch on TV now, we don't want to talk about World Cup, they will still show Jamila dancing around that flag. You know, I was watching BBC football program at BBC, and Gary Lineker, they ask him, but you know that tournament day, and he still has praises for Whitting Jamila in Cameroon, although England beats Cameroon with Guy Lineker diving all over the place. They ask him about if not dive, he dive. He not admit, but he not deny either. He laughed about it. But you know what I'm saying is, you know, you can play football into senior age. You can play international football. You can play professional football, league football. Liverpool currently we get a player we don't play now. I'm not even sure of what's in age, but I think he must be in his late 30s. But he don't play top league football for 19 years. 19 years. They Liverpool, not to say he didn't other club. So if you look after yourself and you play hard, you can play. And I believe say if Kai Kamara be not decide say they play, maybe because of what he happen and the criticism we get, I think say some people in front put their arm around his shoulder and tell and say, no man, we need you. You know, I hope say somebody go try for tell and say, you know, if you want retire with the big, this are the term we all for put on. We all for put on, even if you might not play every game, but sometimes if you're on a bench, you come in when we need you, or sometimes you spirit alone in the dressing room with the younger kids can do something. So this is part of management. The management team have to look, and sometimes, but you're right, maybe certain decisions that are made behind the scenes where we know they see the affects the way they play on the pitch.
Well, I'll rest my case on that. But anyway, thank you very much, Femi. And I think wise words always come from not the Liverpoolian, the Pueloians. We know we're not in this channel. You're the game miss no more. Anyway, that now for next season. But let's move on. Now they can move on to the fuel crisis. I know say fuel now one of the most damning source of energy all over the world. Many countries don't go into wars. We don't destabilize the Arab region. We don't make America don't fight war. Almost everywhere we oil the commodity. But at the moment, the Americans are finding ways for live without fossil fuels. We now the oil world they buy and turn into different form of oil they use for cars, for engines, for machines, for aeroplanes, and for everything else. So that not left we out as Sierra Leoneans, we in the small corner of West Africa. At the moment, we don't come out from fuel crisis to fuel catastrophe. That's what I could call it now. Reason make I say so, I remember maybe about 6-7 years ago in Freetown, I be buy fuel, I think 7,000 for liter or 6,000 for liter or 2,500, I don't remember exactly, but under 5,000 for liter. And I be grumble still. My mom will fuel there. How money can buy fuel no more? That's in you put 40,000 in a floppy tank. 40,000 in a floppy tank those days. Because we discovered a loss in Freetown in Sierra Leone, we go up the provincial town, so they buy like then 40,000 floppy tank, and they will get like then 2 batter fuel inside the motorcar the whole the drive, just in case sometimes we'll get fuel shortage on the way, we're not able to buy fuel back where they can because petrol station is not local XYZ. So those are like crisis days where we will buy them fuel them present day. But over the years, it will go up constantly, and the excuses then for that day nobody knows. And like I said earlier on, when I do the introduction, fuel price now the control mechanism of how things will escalate to a higher price margin at the market, or control the amounts of commodities therefore even become lower. Now I remember 10 years ago, we've been in a struggle for, where I say we as Sierra Leoneans them, Abokono, people in the struggle for get them, produce them, Plantain Sellers Association, primarily women in Kono, then really suffer for bring them, planting them, when they harvest from the farms to the township. Not into the township, to the main roads, because they'll not be able to get access for make vehicle and then when they can get access for make vehicle and they get access to them for them, fear was the issue. So all the money when they get, when they sell and after planting them, that can fear all the money they don't. So then they struggle. So they begin ask people for help them, for support them, meaning they buy fuel, so that then the money they make from the plantain selling, go no more per fuel. And then almost all them produce them be the left in our farm, they boil because they not get muscafo bring them come from the farm to the main road, where the main road go now able for take them come into the townships. So that's not the cause of voting fuel price the cost we as Sierra Leoneans, because if they make goods and services then become perishable because we not get access for good transporting goods and services then they to the different locations they go, they put them for sale or for distribution. So if we begin to look at the prices of fuel escalating, we underestimate the value of that problem there. And we say, well, okay, me need drive motorcar. So if me need drive motorcar, fuel really affects me. But guess what? It does affect you. And sometimes it will affect you even greatly than the person who drive motorcar. Let me tell you how. Now the price of fuel maybe don't go to 18,000. For the past couple of years, it's just been escalating. It just go up. And they can't know. And you can see the way they happen all over the world. It affects prices all over the place them, but something they fluctuate. Some they go up. It just they know more stable for some time. If you go up, it can't come back. But in Sierra Leone, anything will go up, then they cannot again. It just continue for go up. So fuel now one of the very few things that really go up, when they cannot again. So now we don't get them from 11,000, 12,000, 15, and the double of the prices the way they come on top is always not so like a 100 or 200 on top, or not thousands on top of it. Yeah, so now I think we're approximately between 17 to 18,000, and the estimates say it might go up to 20 to 25,000 before the end of the year. We're only in June. So now let's think about that very carefully. If we increase price of fuel the way it is right now, transportation costs will go up. At the moment, I will not say much about transportation or consumptions of any kind of products now salon, because I haven't been for almost a couple of years now. So I'm not going to tell you with like somebody tell you with first-hand information because I don't get that expensive. But back a couple of years ago, when fuel go up, everything else they increase. From transportation, I begin pay transport now for 200 million 2 block. So I begin pay 250. So the tell 250 been there. the 50 they give you change. So basically that 300 you will pay indirectly because all the driver not get 5 block change. Me I not get change. And come on, you don't go out for go with so you 5 block change, then go begin to offend people all the go change. So what if it happen based on an injunction there? People they may change 5 block then, but who for sell give them taxi driver and they make some money, make 1 block per 1 bunch of 1,005 block. But the drivers then realize okay then for let will not begin waste time for begin fetching. So now basically 3 block we pay until the money begin go 5 block. It begin go 1,000. So now look that's not just fuel price. Now it don't go up so way all the price of transportation don't change. And the price of transportation not just the change, the distance of the journey where you pay for they also shorten. So if you will get pole to pole, meaning from Wilberforce to Jue, you will get pole to pole again. Now you get now from Wilberforce sometimes to Insai and the closer we call. To IMAX. So basically, or Regents. Then from Regents now, you take another transport, or the same transport, they charge you now for 2-way. So the fuel crisis, they increase price on transportation. It also decrease your journey when you don't use for travel, when I pull to pull, it make an out 2 instead of 1 journey. So Insai you will pay 1,000. Now you pay 1,500, and then it take you halfway. Then we'll tell you say the fuel not enough for make you complete the full journey. So if you want to pay for the full journey, you pay twice. Because from Regents now to Jue, now 1,500 again. So basically, it don't cost you 3,000 automatically just with one increase in one fuel price when you go up that particular same day. That's now just on transportation. Now let's look at now products in the market. Fuel price they come up, and then the product in this market they can change. For example, if you don't use for buy fish, for example, say you buy fish. 5,000 loans for maybe 5 mina or 5 or whatever you might call it. And then that person where they sell fish now 5,000 for like a 3 or 4. And they can't say no, the fuel price don't go up for because the fisherman where they go fishing our boats, where they go fishing our water, they don't add pan and fuel. And so when they go fishing now, if they buy fuel 1,000, you don't go 1,500, then they add pan the money where you buy fish now. So if they sell fish 5 for 1,000, then now they sell fish 4 for 1,500. So then they reduce the fish and they add pan the money. So you know where they sell fish in the markets, where you buy from the fisherman and where they go now Wasak for fishing. You self they can do equally the same thing. You make the fish 2,000 leons and then you make a 3 for 2,000. Not 5 for 2,000, you don't reduce 2 fish. And then you don't increase the money. So now let's think about those that cannot really afford for cover their increment cost and they will fuel the cost. Because when fuel don't cause that increments there, now only few people can afford. But they will complain still, but they can afford it at least. What about the ones that cannot really afford that rise in demand for the goods and services the way they don't use for pay basic amount for? It becomes a crisis for them. So what's now they go begin do? Then go find a way how for destabilize whatever might be the mechanism where they make the interest when they go up. So kind of the fish markets they can't set confusion. This time I don't go buy these fishes I want to. It's not possible. Or they can't work with. And all other commodities then they increase. When the oil funny now for make landlord can't tell you say, when we say about the increase me rent too, because fuel don't go up. I connect. But again, everybody takes advantage because there is no amount of price control in all and various different things that's what they happen. So there are times when even people in the left the motorcar because it might be cheaper for commute with public transport than even drive your private vehicle. Because the amount of money you spend per fuel you dey get stuck in traffic, and the more your engine is running, the more you're losing fuel. So if you for take 15 minutes, for example, for come off from Pademba Road for go Kisi, we're not practically impossible than 15 hours. It means now you will spend more time also, and then you will spend more money on fuel as well. So you might as well take that 20 or 30,000 you take by fuel. You pay 2 or 3 ways safe. You will still reach on time because you either have to take public transport to go fend all them by passing for you, or then they go traffic, or you take bike or keke. Where at least you will still reach on time and you will pay less money. So there are so many different ways where fuel they create chaos in a country like a Salone. But we don't only take freedom for granted. Then we need to look at the interiors of Sierra Leone, like the provincial towns. They don't even see fuel safe. Because like a million village, Kangamausa we not get fuel station there. Even now, I say way then they sell fuel by them bottle where we can see like a tank. We not like a 1 gallon by 1 gallon. We pump 1 gallon. You go to another gallon for make it talk. Okay, don't pump 1 gallon. We don't even get on a ganga myself. So imagine the use of fuel that particular tongue day, how it will become so scarce because you get for either to go Tongo or you go call Luton. And when you go buy fuel there, you get for put on powertin, bike, or you take transport back again for bring and come back na the village. So if you go up in fuel station down at Kangama, how much you go sell? Is it worth it? No. So not a good venture. So we get for begin look at the price of fuel and how it affects standard of living in Sierra Leone. Cut across all form of business. And if we just take them for granted, we not take like something where you feel to say will cause problem within the community or society, then we for begin to take them very seriously. And also there's a lot of rumors or complaints for say, oh, now the what will happen at Ukraine, they make fuel don't go up because Russia need to sell fuel, get this country and get that country again. But Ukraine still not they suffer with fuel crisis, so we not need the world. Then they still get fuel. Then fuel price will still go. And then get the war. But when we will not get fuel, we get blackout. Like they did all them ministry are building them because they say fuel not there. Everything we will sell they go up because they say fuel not there. Everything we will do they change because they say fuel not there. Somebody they even go work quick self. I know say fuel crisis they transport not there. So that one green element they create so much chaos in so many different areas them or disciplines them in Sierra Leone, but we still they take them for granted. So how we connect pan Ukraine war for make we get fuel crisis in Salone where they increase rapidly, but the country will get the war, then still they get light, people then still they go work. The price not increase, then they still get price control. Commodities remain the same. It might be scarce, but the price of those commodities, I think, still remain the same. So how we connect in a crisis like that for make we globalize and say we were in that small corner of West Africa, they suffer massive reaction of what in happen now Ukraine. Femi, let me come into this small. What's in your own take on the fuel crisis as at the end up with the Ukraine saga? When I get nothing for do with a small country within West Africa, where they suffer immensely from fuel crisis because of the war where they happen at Ukraine. Over to you.
Well, T-Boy, this T-Boy we they call light problem, fuel problem, not to TD news. We don't depend this while for, you know, I'm not going to say decades. Well, maybe some 10 decades. I've been in a group where they discuss, we get people from all different ages then at this group. Now, somebody mentioned, say, remember we been get street lights na salon on a free to. Now somebody say, oh, see that it's not possible say salon get street light. He said the only thing we remember say salon min get na Kaba Tiger. So you see, moving on by maybe just a couple of decades, or moving back a couple of decades, some of we youngsters they not go ever understand the way sometimes things they may be. So when you dey talk about your village just now, see your village not get fuel station. Me man, really and truly sometimes if you make your village not get fuel station, because I need to bring all that more problem them to your village where sometimes they not get at the moment. Sometimes the problem the way they get, then different to the problem the way we get. But really and truly, then you see that thinking make thing be. It's about time we engineer them, we government them, begin look at the future and begin say, okay, if we can't get this kind of problem so in 2022, waiting go happen in a few years time where fuel begin run short, serious one. We know to Ukraine war go cause them because crude oil is actually running out. Countries like Saudi Arabia and other Gulf nations, they don't begin find other way for bring in money because they were solely dependent on the oil within they sell. So they begin look forward and begin say, okay, let's start bringing other things that will go bring the country money. Our governments then supposed to begin look at how then they provide electricity, how then they provide fuel, how then they provide other things then for them population for tomorrow, because the problem of today sometimes we're not able to solve and today boy. This Ukraine thing now a very big problem, not just the fuel, the whole wheat thing, get for make sure say food prices they rise. We get for go through about 2 years of hell, especially country like we consider we know they produce nothing. We get for go through 2 years of serious hell, watch we money then they devalue because of what's in the happen so now Ukraine and Russia. But our government should be responsible for beginning put measures in place for deal with all the TSO. So for me, it's sad. A few years ago, I remember we fuel the run out of we go for go buy fuel and net and say petition don't lock we get for go buy what's in calling Jebu fuel. Now also we buy Jebu fuel T-boy. Now pipeline
we buy a pipeline, yes. We buy pipeline. It was by Abadero Junction as well. Yeah,
what they go there, then really we not see the amount of money we they pay them. First of all, it's just ridiculous. Then second, then they dock the fuel can. So the amount of fuel we then claims it and they give, not even half of waiting the way they supposed for give. Yeah. But because you're desperate, you don't get choice.
Yeah.
Desperate, we hardly get light, so we host them they run on generator. Cars them we get for the travel go as T-boy say to the provinces for go do work. So it was headache, it was hell. So I can imagine how people they live now. Somebody text me that they say we don't get lights for almost days. Able to put in phone on. Really and truly, it's about time when the 22nd century or 21st century, whose century they?
21st century.
Where could they live then kind of life they are? So really and truly, it's about time say people and sort themselves out. I blame the engineers themselves. Forget so many people they call the engineer this, engineer that, engineer this. When I go do some engineering, make we begin fix some of the problem them. But as I can say, we never draw straight line. We're not able to build rounds in them. We can't build a wheel and make a round. See what the Romans then do in the days of Jesus Christ. We should wait for Jesus Christ for come back almost 1,000 years for make we move on to the next stage. Really and truly, something they will get for addressing them. Waiting they teach now universities them.
Now, whole different topic you are bringing to me. Because when you begin talk about engineering, and I realize say you so 110% correct. Okay. I don't know for the engineering way something some of us don't use, but I'm yet to see a house built by a Leone engineer with a straight line. that are 1-2, we get complete circle with no rough edges or no deep within the circle for anything in the bill. Because again, we take things then for granted a lot. We know they take things then to the value of what thing is supposed to be. Because if you look at fuel and you say fuel is a less important commodity within society, I think you're making a big mistake, because fuel generates electricity. First, one are the key aspects to any developing nation. If lights go off right now in this country for 1 minute, then they lost millions. 1 minute, not longer, just 1 minute. So every institution will make sure say lights they run. Now, even all the buildings then when they operate and they still get constant electricity running. Nothing is switched off. If possibly not so, sometimes appliances then we need for turn off, because even the systems then we get as computer systems, then when you turn them off, when you put them back on, it reboots itself again. It consumes more energy than we left on the one self. But therefore, when you look at some of them things there, so how would you take them because they are more than parts of life. Energy is part of life. Again, you have people who are trying to bring in different forms of energy into the country, then they make it difficult for them. Because they have we rely on this fuel, we then they make so much access and benefit from. Because can you imagine a minister or some member of parliament or some government official, they get supply of maybe 30 gallons of fuel for the week. He might not even own a car. He might not even own a car. But guess what? If they get 30 gallons of fuel as quota because he is an executive of some government institution. What do they do with the fuel? If they just sell and give people everyone for sell and give, that's not young kankama. And the worst of it all, you can see people and they in queue, they wait for buy fuel, then you see this man come up from nowhere, he can't take quota. Can you imagine a couch voucher for can't take quota of how many liters of fuel? 1,000 liters. If they get 5 gallons in the back of the half back, flopping, then they take the fuel no do. But when this man they can say, now government fuel they get. Now government institution and that petrol station, now government owner, it's a private institution. No station in a salon when a government owned station. Petrol station, no fuel station in a salon when a government get her. But they go tell you say, oh, they can't take quota. Now government quota he gets voucher. For like one man come, he flop 5 gallon with fuel, and then the queue, he go long from Adelaide Street to Congo to Congo Town. People and they still wait for queue for buy maybe just 1 or 2 or 3 or 10 or 20 liter. They can sell one old truck, give one to sell. One old person they can take one old truck. He say get voucher. So that's the priority. That is what we give priorities to. Wasteful resources. We don't even need to go down that man in your own quota because you don't even own a car. So now think of how much that they cost government first. But yet you get the ministerial building where they host almost 5 or 8 or 9 or 10 ministries in a salon, not get electricity, not get power supply. Not get lifts where they run, but they get up to 9th floor. They expect people to walk up their stairs every day. Good exercise, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, why do you have a lift where not a walk? It's only in Sierra Leone you have people that sit in the lift and operate it. Waste of resources. That man could be doing something else. So when we talk about the issue of fuel and the repercussion of the price control of fuel and what it relates to as a nation, now some of the other things in this way it bring calm when we know or when we know they anticipate say now because of that fuel crisis make all these things actually happen. Because it will lead up to so many things the way they affect we as a nation. It will change the price of rice. It will even change the price of cookery. Because that mommy go tell you, say, the south side they go buy in fish, in rice, and in cooking utensils them, they pay now double money because fuel price don't go up, all things don't change. So everybody takes advantage of that 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000 when they add per fuel price. And now they anticipate, say, it will be 25,000 before the end of the year, or even before safe. I remember during the Ernest Koroma government, there was an issue with World Bank for government subsidies, where we get for those fuel, rice, and one more other commodity. So the so-called World Bank giving us all this kind of aid, support, or everything, but with some kind of threshold where we're not able to adhere to. Or we're going to put you into more debts. Or we will actually cripple we country them and make whoever be dependent on donor funding. Because the Ernest Koroma government refused for increased price of fuel. Instead, it said it will subsidize. So basically, the government will subsidize for fuel price in Sierra Leone for over 4 years, or even more than that, if I can remember. But it was not just with fuel, because when fuel price increase, the World Bank they tell you say, una for increased fuel price because that is the quota system where una supposed for boots or una supposed for the do, because otherwise we'll not be able for fund una. Hello, if you make the people then become so destitute, how can you actually support them? Because you're making them becoming more destitute, so they will be forever dependent on you. That is the mechanism of the World Bank and some of them financial institutions. They also will feel to say support we as developing countries. They're not supporting us. They're actually destroying. Then they destroy the atmosphere we will be able to work on and become productive communities. Because without electricity, you cannot build. It's only in Sierra Leone that we practically don't manufacture to export. Almost all the sovereign countries that are around me right now have that capacity. It's possibly in Sierra Leone that we don't produce to export. I cannot imagine that. 21st century, everything is changing. The world is evolving. The world they become a place of creativity, yet we still don't create. Is it because of our population that is so small? Is it because of our lack of knowledge, of interfering in terms of, of interacting with each other and sharing ideas? Why? Because when fuel crisis becomes an issue, it means everything goes down still. Nothing moves. Just because of fear. Are we not thinking of being creative in terms of creating facilities of electricity in different forms? Solar panel, we may get big food in our salon. Does that still in existence? How are people managing that particular institution? How much people in the train, how much solar they produce? Are they still producing, or were they producing even in the early years? They just go down no more and then they can't let them then put few structures for them. There are people who are making things difficult for Sierra Leoneans who doesn't want nothing to grow because they will be making money. So for as long as we're not able to create national salon, then they make money. Because you get the one where they import fuel, when fuel crisis come, they stop selling and they say fuel not there. Then all of a sudden, fuel is in town. But guess what? The price don't go up. So you are forced to buy. You don't have a choice. You are forced to buy this product because you don't have a choice. Because guess what? If you get your products, you get anything where need for be electrified, it will perish because of lack of electricity. So we've been held to ransom at some point. We're just living as people in Sierra Leone, but we live then at the hands of people in a way we feel to say like we, but they don't. Because they will come and say, oh, now one man I don't go buy fuel, so because he can't help you for looking at fuel. No, he's not helping us. He's making money out of we misery. That's practically what is happening. Go on, Femi.
Oh, T-Boy. So, you're right. We're heavily dependent on, on this TSO called petrol, fuel, however you want to call them. One guy tell me the other day, saying, don't tell this, in the go buy Tesla, Mutuka for go salon.
We just
he said, go buy, he not go with this petrol business, he go buy Tesla. Now I tell her, say, I wish you luck. Nah, blackouts, I go kill him. No, honestly, and if we want something, again, it's thinking for the future. So we're heavily dependent on this, issue of crude oil, petrol, diesel, kerosene. Sometimes we should, now start looking. We live on the coast. We get plenty breeze. We get plenty water. Well, let's not talk about water today. But yeah, we get plenty water. We go live on the shore, on the coast. We get Sierra Leone is named Sierra Leone after the Lion Mountain. So we get a lot of hills and valleys. So hydro is a possibility. Wind power is a possibility. Solar power is a possibility. Sometimes if we ease the pressure on petrol and we begin put some of them also for Giwi power in we houses them, in factories them, we get factories there still anyway. In we houses them, we factories them, in we offices them. If we provide power to all them place there, so with other kind of power products, then sometimes we'll get enough for run with motokadem. But again, it's thinking ahead, it's planning ahead, it's getting the right people around the table, it's getting the teachers then for teach properly, with universities then for begin check there, they all then degree there, so we claim say they're an engineer, they will not really and truly can't do anything proper. All we host then the born when something happen because all of our houses aren't wired properly. As Yusuf say, as me say, we host the all ben. Any tall building we look na salon or make us in a free tongue, all crooked. It's a shame say, from a country where 40, 50 years ago was an example to other countries in the sub-region. We have not improved, but because we're also patriotic, we're struggling to say the truth. With the Kobara, we say, we did try salon fine, salons. No, my brothers and sisters, we get many problems them, and if we sit down, we and then together we go and big to the west, and the people them from abroad, even the diasporans, we're never going to fix our country. We'll get for Sidom, look at what's wrong and try for plan. And the privatization of NPA was a mistake, because any company then force rule now for make profit.
Yeah, sure.
So that blackout we they get now we just too much. It's because their priority is to make a profit. If now government will supply with electricity, their priority not so for make profit. Their priority now for give the people them waiting they need. So I don't see why we ended up privatizing NPA. So now what's the name now? EDSA. Now we complain, but we're complaining because we made a mistake. Our leaders made a mistake. Yeah, so that is one of the problem them. As I say, we said about when we get a scholarship to the states where they do some engineering course there. Kevin Doe, we should have a lot more people like that, and not to just for send them go abroad, make them go get scholarship, go work go study at some university abroad, which is good for them, but it's not good for our country.
No.
We need to get 1,000 others like that where they can sit down and find solutions then to a problem, and being encouraged and paid or rewarded well, so that they don't have to say, I get for gap, go England, America, for go study and for go make money. Or encourage some of wedding at this side of the world for return and take our skills and we knowledge and go help build. Then they tell all the things, una talk boku, una kanka ep. Yeah, but it's not conducive. There's nothing in Sierra Leone where they attract people and for left them job them or left them family then they also for go home. Yes, a few people have done it and they've succeeded, but not the masses. So we need for real and truly look at this whole thing. Then I think make team B.
Yeah.
We get serious fuel crisis. Let's start looking at, how we take ourselves off this dependency and this wagon tiaso. Let's spread within into other power generating fuels. And some of them are free. The investment might be boku for put solar. But you don't put and they take the sun left for shine before you get for begin think for another one. Breeze they blow every day now we can't scream me, man.
Everyone too where they uproot roof them and sit there.
Thank you. We get rain where they come 6-7 months, no, maybe not 6-7 months, 4-5 months a year. And where rain can they come, we can say with marking say it's raining cats and dogs.
Yeah.
I'll forget that water they and turn that energy they into power. Rain and all the also exists. Don't say they don't exist. They exist, the patents are all there around the world. We just need to take that and they invest in them in bring Canary country. But no, we will never. As you say, some man in the profit by keeping Sierra Leone in the dark ages because they know say then they make money.
Well, that will continue. It's a vicious truth, but it is true. Because when you look at the amount of people and way they invest in things that way monopolistically can be controlled by few people, now the investment then they go. So basically you don't know exactly which side other region then go for come with new mechanism for begin build solar, wind turbine, or possibly hydro. I remember we had hydro in the Kenema. Kenema was flourishing with electricity. Then we get to do Dampany. And that do Dam they supply Kenema and few parts of Botan as well. But no, me and I remember if it's just a boge blackout safe in my life. To be honest, I don't ever feel say boge blackout in my life because then in the Bo was constantly electrified. Don't know whether that's the same to do them they use or the hydroelectric power they supply Kenema, but they were constantly having electricity. And back in the days, Kenema gets the forestry industry corporation we been a manufacturer with timber, then they do furniture. So basically them they do pure mahogany. So maybe that was the reason why the hydro was working effectively. But since we get the lapse of all the manufacturing company and they collapse the provincial towns, it makes it, I think now that make the electricity supply begin go down the drain because they possibly might be the ones maintaining the hydro for the run effectively where Kenema really benefits from. But again, as we say in Sierra Leone, nothing improves. Everything just decreases. When they improve in anything, everything we do, they decline. The sub-region is moving forward. We are still declining. We are still going down the drain. We are still depreciating in our values. How long are we going to be doing stuff like that? Fear no more only creates problems on us alone. Just fear. We fear crisis, they're almost all over the world. And the country that we rely and depend on fear so greatly are not perishing that much. Things haven't been that bad. The fuel crisis, it go up 10 in London, now by pence. And then they go up by 60 or 70 or 80 or 1 pound. No. They're not crazy because they know for say that controls the economy. It makes the economy moves. So even now in the beginning say for sell Tesla cars or buy electrical cars, it is not yet feasible, even in Europe. Because there are not many of them because they freeze, they get stuck in the middle of the road, you go for charge there. I bumped into a taxi driver a couple of days ago and he was telling me then they send up for make you buy electric car really cost about £40,000. Before the car done, it cost like a 60,000. And he's thinking, no, that half an hour where I take for charge that motor every day. It cost me an hour's job. Where roughly go be something like only getting £20. This is somebody thinking. Somebody thinking, and he's thinking wisely. He's thinking money. The time when me they use me car in my office for like a pack for half an hour, I will be making something like what? That's a trip to Heathrow and back. It's about £60. So why are for go that £60 day are for the charge me car? Where I lost £60 for that half an hour day. And if I go to the fuel station, I buy £5 fuel or £10 fuel, it can be go Heathrow and back. I don't go lose that much. So these are some of the ways that we should be thinking. We should start thinking forward. How, as a nation, can we stop depending on fossil fuel, where we get so much resources for generate renewable energy within our communities? Like if we say, we get water, we get wind, we get sun. Freetown is full of hills and valleys. There are always waterfalls. They even discover one new one where they will go make fun all these other months that we don't pass so. So we have all these facilities. We have engineers in Sierra Leone, and they cannot prepare, they cannot build a dam. If you watch on Facebook or Instagram or any kind of their social media platform, the video online, you see people who are creating mini dams. How to create a mini dam? You basically bank the water, you create a channel where the water comes, you get away, you block them, the dam full. This is just a mini dam construction. Practical logic. And we engineers then can't do nothing like this, or even generate electricity for one small community safe. Come on, it's a shame. Because anything else we see someone like people in like young guys, they will just study engineering, they construct mini dam. Then they tell you how you build them. Go on, Sam.
A big T-boy, not to just university students. We school picking them, primary school picking them, then they showed them, one of the tasks within prime me bobo now for build a lily dam. So we get for go fence straws, the straw there within the blue within the soak drinking straw. Get with fence straw, you find them paper towel rolls, the inside, all them things you put them together, you build the wheel where they turn, you turn water under, you put something spoon to spoon, then plastic to spoon them, you put you turn water under, the thing they turn around. Man, these are primary school kids who have been taught how to do the NTR. So you did talk about university.
No, again.
No, again, yes. So the thing is, there's many problems with Sierra Leone, as I say. We for begin teach we picking them, maybe not primary but secondary school. Where we go secondary school? See what do agriculture at school?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, I wonder if they teach agriculture now in salon.
Can you imagine somebody say they're going to do agriculture practical inside classroom?
So that's what I'm saying to you. So we need this we need to go back to the drawing board. There's many things that where we can do, where we can become self-sufficient. We will not need for go big international world for. If we begin put some of them also in place, we know we'll get this much dependence on the fuel where will they go to line for.
True. I totally agree with you, Femi, because like the example I make now, example where I don't see a lot online on the social media platform there. So like you clearly say, these are possibly stuff being constructed by primary or secondary school kids. Talk less of university students, they could do better. And we still get all the resources that are on our salon, but we cannot utilize none of them for me to be able to create some amount of energy we will use as communities. Come on, it's a shame. So look, not just they talk about all the FFT also very, very important within our communities, and then we put all the blame on fuel nowadays, now fuel crisis, now Ukraine, even Saudi. They are now creating different forms of generating income for their country because enough for say fossil fuel is running out of the system soon. Because every other country, developing worlds, or not developing world, the world they were established, then it's kind of for move away from fossil fuel. They are trying to move away from it because nylon creates almost all the cures where they happen all over the world. So they are slowly moving away and using renewable energy for sustain their economy. So they will not be dependent on fossil fuel anymore. Because they know for say primarily they have to source it elsewhere. So they are thinking. They are now thinking. They are thinking forward. Whilst we still they think backward. They are thinking millions of miles ahead of us. That's not their own wizard they will get to. We own wizard and let them really perform. We don't see them at all. They perform at night, then they fly from Salon to London. La Granas Canada. If they utilize the Granas Canada to plane safe, you go better. So let's begin. Look, we begin to look at what in are some of the things that we will need to do as a nation for fix some of the problems there also. Because fuel is not just fuel. In crisis where it bring is more than what we are expecting. Is more than what we see as a nation. Is more than what we experience as a community. Because blackout is like a theme of the day now in Sierra Leone. Now the price of fuel make we get blackouts, or now the people are really responsible, not responsible for make we get proper electricity. What is it? Now because of the Ukraine war make fuel supply they can't salon anymore. Now because of the Ukraine war make the fuel price in salon they go up. How we connect? How we connect? Ukraine is far away from Sierra Leone. But the Ukraine war they stop with diplomat and with president and for the fly out of the country on a regular basis because of the Ukraine war. No. The Ukraine war they cause me for they could get crisis now so when they make fuel go up and then they stop government officials them for do all what they do, they still they get their own quota of fuel supply every day or every week or every month. And then they go out and then they fail at all. Then constantly they on. And some of them don't even get motuka. So let's look at the priorities of what we use or what we see as priority for the nation or individual priorities. Because as an individual, I might think maybe I'm wrong, but I think if I don't need 30 liters of fuel for the week, why I buy 30 liters of fuel? For deprive other people if something we need just 2 or 3 liters. Why I go pack 30 batter of fuel and that drive away, they survive. When they drive taxi, not get access for buy 10 liters because we don't can take 30 liters or 30 batter. I don't go pack an amuse. Just for create chaos. Only because I can afford it, or we don't care about the masses anymore. So let's think about what thing we use as priorities or yardstick for measure some of the things that we make they happen as alone and we turn into crisis. We're not supposed to be crisis. Because if fuel go 25,000 before the year ends, according to what in World Bank they speculate or what in World Bank they instruct us say, then we have more crisis to come. Because it means everything we connect to, we not connect to fuel will escalate exactly the same way how the fuel price escalates. Because the fuel price now gets price control in commodities that people sell in Sierra Leone. No mistake about it, it's facts. If petrol go up 1,000 today, everything else will go up by 1,000. Everything they go up by 1,000. Anything them they sell 2,000, they be 3,000. Anything them they sell 1,000, they be 2,000. Everything they go up by that same margin day, and you know going to go up again. So let's think as a nation. Look, we see how best we get able to mitigate some of the things that happen to a country when it become crisis. We're not supposed to be crisis. I remember a couple of years back, I mean, at the water, at the coast Lunge for go somewhere. I don't know whether I dream or they dream, but I see some amount of wind turbine in the middle of the ocean. I don't know whether they were meant for Sierra Leone or for some kind of offshore facilities with something we utilize them for. But I don't know whether I dream or they dream. but I saw piles of wind turbine in the middle of the ocean from a distance, and I actually believe say what I see not to magic now been true. Again, flying back into Sierra Leone a couple of years ago, I think within the peninsula or somewhere along the Burnt axis or somewhere, I'm not too sure exactly, but it was on a coastline. Either a friend bear or there was like a proper full-scale harbor. Again, a bird's eye view. A full-scale harbor and not a Wataki. So there are so many establishments in Sierra Leone that we were not even aware of as a nation. We are not even aware about those installations, about some of those stuff that we have in Sierra Leone. I think if anybody has any amount of opportunity and do proper research on Sierra Leone and some of the facilities that we might have in Sierra Leone that is not serving the nation of Sierra Leone, we will be surprised. So let's think what you will be able to do for combat this idea of fuel crisis really happen as alone. We not connect to nothing war related. So what's in that happen in different parts of the world where they produce fuel or we get some access to fuel production. Because otherwise we are sinking. And we are not sinking slowly, we are sinking rapidly. Because if you look at the population, if you look at we earn in population, if you look at we spend in population, because some people earn but they don't spend. And the one way they earn the highest don't spend the money in the country, they fly the money out of the country. So things are not getting any better, they're just getting worse. Because the high earners, the high earners are not spending their money in Sierra Leone, they are saving their money out of Sierra Leone. So it helps for depreciate the economy even more. Because if we have $50 million being spent in Sierra Leone, distributed well, or not even distributed well, but distributed within the communities that we live, it might stabilize the economy because enough cash flow within the economy will be able to stabilize it. But if there is no cash flow, no business transaction from one business to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, because that is how the money transaction develops an economy. Because it moves. It doesn't, it's not static, it moves. Because from one stage to the next stage, where it move, it generates some income, where it left behind. Where it move, it generates some income. So that's how the economy will be stabilized, because there is enough cash flow within communities. In the UK, when crisis day, then they pour enough money within the business community, so there is enough cash flow. They increase, they give people loan, so they will get money for spend and buy stuff. They increase their credit limits, so they are physically giving them liquid money to spend, because that is what stabilizes the economy. Cash flow. Salon, we don't have it. We don't have no element of cash flow in Sierra Leone. You go see somebody talk, say, me for money this week, start I not sell one pound. I don't sell each 1,000 news. Because there is no cash flow. The money doesn't move around. The money is just static, sitting down in someone else's backyard, in barrels, or in boxes, or in suitcases, or in whatever device you might call it. Femi, one coming. So basically, if we don't get enough cash flow, the economy is not going to move. So we can't sit back and allow fuel crisis for create chaos within an economy that does not even move. It will become disastrous. Because when people get tired and get bored and get frustrated because nothing happens, it will result to some amount of chaos. And we don't want that for Holiki happen back in the salon, because we're tired of all that crap. But the people that we lead, they're driving us into that direction. So they are making the economy even to be worse than it is already. Because when there is no cash flow within a community, everything stands still. You get goods and services, nobody buys. Nobody sells. Nobody invests. Investors are not coming. Even we, the Sierra Leoneans, the way in the diaspora, we used for the same barrels. Loads of ships used to go to Freetown. The ports be full. You might think these are rubbish, but guess what? They were moving the economy. Because the amount of containers that you get when you go to a salon for the week, it means there is some amount of cash flow within that particular sector. And when the cash they flow within that particular sector, whether they make it mass, whether they make it nico, whether they make it kona, the money will be flowing alongside people. But from 1,000 containers a week to 10, to 50, to 100, come on. It means the value of the market has depreciated so badly, whilst other countries are even increasing their capacity in terms of fish shipment, in terms of goods and services. They are increasing their capacity. What is the difference between them? Only 7 million people, that's to speak, possibly not even up to that, or even if it's more than that. Guinea-Bissau just pay, so they're not even up to 1 or 2 million people. Facts. Very small, tiny country. But they are doing more than what we think we are doing. Gambia, they were on crisis a couple of years ago. What transition did they do? We bring them come to the level where they're in right now. What thing they do different from what thing the president will do where he will just take power? What has changed? What has made that swift transition for make them not think the same way how they made think when the president just take over office? What has changed with Liberia? Equally the same thing. Now, what is the sub-regional? Before that, you get ministers when they make comparison of fuel price in Guinea compared to fuel price in Salon. These are two different countries. We don't have the same system. Report system, we import and export system is totally different from them. Guinea always used to have a free port, and I think they still do. You know how much influence of goods and services they can inside Guinea? You know how many factories inside Guinea when you compare the price control of fuel like Conakry and Freetown? You can't make those comparisons. Because Guinea might be bad, but they electrify 24/7. Because they know the value of electricity. They know what electricity brings to the economy of the country. Because the country moves because of constant electricity. Because everything is working, everything is moving. Everything is moving. It's like a vicious circle that generates money. Because I'm marrying a fitter, he need for get in machine in garage for work effectively well if lights day. Because bikes, cars, tire and the bus, they come in and out of that garage constantly, every minute, every hour. The queue will be piling up. But you can't even take your vehicle to any garage in Africa because like that's the way they electrify for the garage. So I'm not going to say for can use electricity for fix the vehicle. For pump tire, you only immediately say, oh, let's not do, fear not day. So if you get tire with on puncture, you'll be stuck in the middle of the road because no garage or fuel station will get electricity. We will pump your tire for you because fear not day, petrol not day. Or the man will get the machine not lock, it don't go because in fear, you know, and nobody use them. And you call that an economy that is moving? So that's the essence of fuel. Now that's fuel they generate. It generates chaos and it generates better economy for any country, for any community. Because when lights day, it means everybody that deals with electricity will be able to generate some amount of income, either by selling stuff that provides electricity, by selling services that provides electricity, by dealing with things that provides electricity, by anything so far where you get for electrify will make a difference. If we don't have electricity, there will not be any show for you guys to be watching. So that's the power of electricity. So if we use fuel crisis for like a control the masses of Saga, we put in also one tuna, I think we look for disaster. And that disaster they will look for, it will cause we more problem than we anticipate. So let's take this fuel issue to be something very serious. If now World Bank they impose the sanctions, or if now World Bank they impose the price control of how fuel for be within the next couple of months, let's go back to World Bank and revisit what they are advising us to do. Because I remember back in the Ernest Koroma government, he refused to increase the price of fuel and rice because he knows that it will cause serious problem to the people of Sierra Leone. So he subsidized. He used government resources for subsidized for fuel, subsidized for food, and even subsidized for university fees. Now we have free education. That was free education 10 years ago. But nobody was saying nothing about it because it wasn't relevant then, because people were educating themselves. Possibly not in the proper way, because again, we see all the one who don't get the degree who they complain about. But let's try and see how we come to terms of realization for, say, electricity really is a paramount element of any nation's development. Femi, you want to say anything? I see they come close to your mic and back, close to your mic and back. Tell it to you must be catch for talk.
No, T-boy, it's I don't know. As I say, for me, you touched on education. We have to just go back to the drawing board, guys. This fuel not to win no more. The one world is suffer from fuel. But una remind me, I remember until we see the non-fan crude oil na salon. The non-fan on the coast of Sierra Leone or Freetown.
There is something like that in the making.
Yeah, they sell the plots them, for generate money. So what's happened to all of this? This is what 6, 7, 8 years ago. There is
a very new development now as we speak.
Okay, so basically we need from my own point of view, what we need to do, we need for expedite certain things them. Yes, Nigeria they produce oil, they refine the oil, so then they sell them crude oil abroad, then they buy expensive fuel, which is wrong. But at least then they get some money where they come in from the crude oil where then they produce. I think it's about time we Sierra Leone begin produce. No matter what it be, if na oil, if na granato, if na banga who they make waiting per mine, puyo, we need to start producing for consumption. So it's available for consumption. How are they buy fish na salon more expensive than they buy fish na England? It's ridiculous because we live on the coast. England, really and truly, then they import fish from far away for car inside England. Why we where they buy fish na funkia for buy this at the same price as we to the buy in supermarkets na England? It makes no sense. But as you say, if fuel go up, everything else go up. So we need for begin look at the entire. So let's produce. You may talk earlier on, so we know the exports enough. Yes, I agree, because if we will export, we're going to bring money inside the country. But first of all, before they remember for produce for other markets, them let's begin produce for real markets. So if we begin producing them where we they consume as a people, we go be less dependent on buying stuff we get for bring inside the country where they cost we money. So instead of money they gonna treat, you go to keep inside us. We'll begin to do that, they say we will get this kind of standards them where we need for produce for export, then we can begin to do that now. But first and foremost, we need for produce for the people of Freetown. So many people are going to school in an empty stomach. How then they go land? They say free education, but able give them a papa them proper job. Look we team up right now. We then say fuel not day. We look at the fuel station. If you can see queue, so young man and all the drive Okada. Really, you are say government so it will provide work for the populace of Sierra Leone? Because not to government provide any of the Okada and the driver and they will work. Yeah. So you see, there's many things that we'll get for look at. We'll for the try for fix we country. We not go change Sierra Leone in a day, But if we begin to the entire so small, I think say small piece in the full bid. Sometime in the next 10, 15, 20 years, Sierra Leone will be a different nation to wait till they see today. But we'll get for begin that in the today. Rather than we left until the next governments go come. Right now, we just need for take. We need to leave a legacy. The BO government, I really wonder where they can start a meeting and where they go say where we come on our power, whose legacy will they left. Because they're not going for the day forever. Eventually, they will be leaving power for another party for Insai. Might not be next year, might not be in the next election or the one after that, but eventually you will come out of power. Won't you want to be remembered? See, now you do this.
Well, there are different forms of remembrance. It depends on how you look at it. Because we'll still remember the bad, we'll still remember the good. It depends on what you type for life as your legacy. Then that is what we'll possibly look into and say, well, that was your legacy. But I clearly agree with you. Not even better than what you don't say, because at the end of the day, most of we Okada riders in our salon are not just being created by government. It's self-employed facilities they indicate for them. They have no choice, but they have to create employment for themselves. That's why we see many Okada riders now the streets of Freetown, because that's one of the source of earning for young people. And if young people are going down that road and what the government can provide for them wash car and a Saga base as youth man, they need jobs. Well, I'm not saying that is bad, but when we born begin, now a Saga base I want to make you go get job, or now car wash job I want you go forget to do. And even the car washes themselves with it, how many people can actually afford to take their cars to car washes in Sierra Leone? How many? How many? You didn't see where the guy you must say, then one day they was smooth, they want after you. Say, well, you didn't wash you must you must carry on you. Then they practically force you for can wash you must even though you know what for. Because even they wash car and they do nothing. So they're just there as new form of ghettos. So they are practically building new ghettos and then call them car wash. Okay, well, if that's what people see as employment for youth in Sierra Leone, that is what they see for their kids, that is what they're giving us. But if that's not what you see for your own children, then I think you should rethink the idea of building car washes for create job employment for young people in Sierra Leone, because that is nothing. So Femi rightly say 90% of the young people who already queue, now they queue them for fuel, now the Okada riders. And guess what? Now something will be 3, 4, 5,000 for go from one point to the next. When you see them get that fuel now, the price don't change straight away. And you don't have a choice. You're practically, and like I said earlier on, we've all been held in ransom in Sierra Leone. Practically, everybody there on some kind control mechanism. We don't have a choice. Choices have been made for us. We just comply.
I didn't catch that. Try again.
Because I wasn't talking to you, Siri. So that's not the problem.
See, don't go supper you talk.
Let's see when I catch the kitchen. So we really got to begin to look at some of the consequences of putting electricity or fuel crisis they cause in Salon. But I think Femi, want for come on anything? Why should they wrap up the fuel crisis?
Well, I think I've said it all. Really, I'm disappointed in many things. The lack of trying, for put anything right. Nine the money pass anything. As I say, we're not going to fix this fuel issue because it's a global issue. We're not going to fix it on our own. But wait we'll get for do now, we'll get for land from NTR. So as you say, price, no they ever can do na saloon. So let's look at what we able to do for we safe. That's literally waiting I think so for begin. When almost disaster, almost crisis will get forget before they begin build. We get Ebola. Then build all them temporary hospital and they. Yes, I understand say after then kind disease and they then can usually burn down these facilities them so that the will contain any infection we might did. That is so true. I understand all of that. But when England gets their own thing, or the world get their own thing last year, all the places with them bill, I don't see them born there or candong.
No.
They're still in existence and they're still operating. Yeah. So it's how you manage it. Again, that's a different conversation because we'll not get anything like a management as alone. And these are the little things, but we'll go to people and they say we're too overcritical. Let's come on the ground and let we go see what we're able to do. But honestly, nobody seems to be doing anything. So much money goes into Sierra Leone, and they ask ourselves day in day out, outside the money also they go, waiting in the go pan. Really and truly, we not left for go big. I want to make the West left for giving money. If they really were April, make them go open. Make them go open factories. Them we go employ a lot of young people. We get a low population. We get a young population. Then them supposed to be with assets. Yeah, with a lot of we sabi reading right. Although sometimes make I not talk that it too loud. But yes, let me them come in. Can build, can help with for build. Make them left for the giving money. We people in the sick put in them pockets them. Can save na them bank their son for the rest of their life them. Every country still there in the same state we've been there when my grandpa been the way short horses. It's ridiculous.
Well, that is way more than ridiculous because at the end of the day, what you say is so true. All the time where we grandpa them in the very short sources is still the same thing. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. Yeah? And if we begin to say, Femi, what I want to say is, when I say we need the exports, na salon, no goods and services, now the fact say we go only export where we don't get enough. So I am actually anticipating to export, meaning we can produce enough of that special commodity or services we for make now we begin export them, because that's what's happening in exporting countries anyway. Their population is there, is big, is massive, but they produce in abundance of what they produce. So there is now need for them to export it because it is enough for their community. So that is the reason why I say we need to export nothing, because we can't even provide for ourselves. So how can we export? So but if we begin export some amount of goods and services, then it means we have provided enough for our communities. So now that's not the driving force behind that statement. They go on. Over to you back.
So my uncle being own a farm in, I think so said me one build a new airport. So he be on a farm day back in the 70s, and he used to export pineapple. And guess who done have been one of the major who he been supplied to? Marks and Spencer. He used to supply Marks and Spencer with pineapples from Sierra Leone in the 70s. Me man, it's not hard to fix our country. We just need people with a vision and the hunger. When they say, oh, let's get young leaders them, we leaders them too old, now make we country then they this and that. We don't see Africa don't get a lot of young leaders them, but yet nothing changes. Nothing changes.
Nothing. It even get worse. Even get worse, because what you make us say even get worse, and the fact say when you have young people in power, you're looking at the tendency of abuse in the entire system. Because if that man not been get an opportunity for drive a Porsche car, he'll go buy Lamborghini. If that man not been get an opportunity for buy expensive horses, he'll go begin buy Versace, Gianfranco Feni. He'll go begin buy thing and way he not be ever think about. If that young man not be even get mind for young one girl, he'll go begin keep woman now when a high-end woman. It's because he gets access to finance, because he gets access to power. That is what is happening right now in Sierra Leone. I am very critical about young people going into governance, young people going into institutions of responsibility. where for say then people also ought to know better, but they don't, because it is an opportunity being given to them that they don't have. And when you look at the current situation of what is happening in Sierra Leone right now, I will say maybe 60% of the people in governance, the average age might be 45. Average age might be 45. You tell me how much experience a 45-year-old man gets when he can run the bread baskets of Sierra Leone. For example, the Minister of Mines. I don't care what people say. Whether you don't work, you get this kind of... You don't even get that experience yourself first. For can run the major bread basket of Sierra Leone. You have the Minister of Finance who hasn't held a job for more than 20 years of his life. You have other heads of parastatals that will not manage even their household properly. And these are all fringe of younger people who we might think have the zest and energy to deliver, but they lack the experience. And what they do, they kick everybody around them that have been in that institution that have the experience to manage. And they think they can manage. You can't even manage your household. And then you have to go manage an institution that big. If you cannot manage 4 people in your household in disarray, how can you manage more than 30, 40, 50, hundreds and thousands of people in your institution? We are taking things like it's joke, but it's not. Because I don't fail woefully. Management. Management is the most important element of the failures in Sierra Leone. And people might think it's political. It's non-political. It's an individual and a national and what's another thing? An employment crisis where we get in a salon until we sort that out. Management is key. Nobody wants to take instructions. Nobody follows instructions. Nobody adheres to instructions. Everybody wants to get things done in their own way. Oh, that's all there is for Dunaya. That is not the normal route. If it doesn't work, apply something else. You have to try. You implement new strategies. You create structures. We don't like structures in Sierra Leone. Nothing works. Every department is being run by an individual who thinks he knows better than the person who is leading that institution. So the biggest problem at Salon, sometimes we blame so many other issues there, but management is the key. The very most important key element of any nation's development is management. They used to make America become a turmoil state within the past 5 years because the head of the management structure is not clued up. He believes in himself more than the structures that should be carrying the activities and the affairs of the country. It is not your private property. It is not your private entity. It is a national entity. Everything that you're doing there should be in the interest of the nation, not just you. So if we don't get our management structures right, if we don't follow the management structures of how developing countries are doing things, then we're still not going to make any headway, because we might have all the facilities, we might have all the so-called young brains, we might have all the so-called energetic youths, but they don't follow instructions. It takes me less than a minute for possibly log on to Zoom and then broadcast anything. It takes an individual in Sierra Leone 30 minutes or more for log on to Zoom, where it will just take me one click of my finger, I'm in. It takes them forever because they don't listen. They think, we're not so they don't for 8 months, everybody log on. They take things for granted. They're not serious-minded. They're not focused. They're not proactive. So if you pull somebody from an environment where you get no discipline, and you go put them in an environment full of discipline, how you want that person there for like a move on? And how you want that person there for make a meaningful contribution, because it's not used to that pattern. You go give somebody a managerial position for manage hundreds of people where you're not even able to manage in your household. It doesn't even have a structure in his household or her household. It doesn't even know what happens within their household. Management is something that you practice. It's nothing that you can just learn. You have to have that discipline. Sometimes you don't even need to be a lawyer, a doctor, or a degree holder for manage anything. You just need to have that amount of discipline. But anyway, let me welcome Juma to the program. Welcome, Juma. Say hello to viewers and tell you how you come out, because you don't lost today. You don't need almost 2 hours. You don't left me for a monologue program. Over to you.
Hello, Famulem. Una good evening, and adu to una all. Usa una day. I'm glad for joining una again. As soon as see today, I see me a civilian. How they say salon bloody civilian? Me a bloody civilian today. So me a bloody civilian today. I'm glad for joining una again. Sorry for being late, but other duties them call. I just drive about 500 miles almost for Kanjon at this program today. Now, T-Boy and I send me, he say, I go look for management. So the management I go look for. Over to you, T-Boy. I don't know, T-Boy, I don't know if now Femi you plan because I'm Baranta can to the Baranta. Serious one. Or now understand, yes. So I don't know.
No, Femi touched something where I think I was very passionate about, and that's not the fact management is one of the biggest crises we get in a salon, and we don't suffer for that for a long time back in the years and years since we begin go salon. Of course, that's the key. That is one thing I actually identify immediately when I go salon for the very first time.
But me go disagree with you for one thing. We talk about management and equate them to age. I'm not sure age not the problem. The reason being because exactly. So now when you talk about say if you get 45, 40-year-old people, which you expect them for Sabidu. So
no. That's different. That's different. The reason I make a bring an age into play, I say you get most of the younger people then in governance who they expect to do better but are doing worse. Meaning they don't have access to some of the influence where they don't can give them access to one finance. Some of them not get access for drive good cars, then they buy Lamborghini. Some of them not make access for buy good clothes, then they buy designer clothes. Some of them not make access for young one woman, then they keep 15 girl. So that's the problem we have with the younger generation. So we think young people can do better in Sierra Leone, but they're actually doing worse. That's what I mean in terms of in terms of the age. And when I come to management, I say management not actually means you forget degree or qualify. You just forget that amount of discipline for structure yourself and run an institution. Over to you, Femi. I see the channel.
Yeah, I get a lot of feedback from one of una too. I don't know who it is, but
okay,
a lot of shuffling feedback. I
think Senatibo, he's very excited today.
Yeah, he's animated.
Abwa Tibo Lily beats Juma.
All right, go ahead.
If I don't day unemployed for 20 years, then you can't give me work for go do. You can't go put me in charge of this big company where I not get experience span. I not do work for 20 years. Are you really expecting me for deliver? Question to you, Juma.
I think that's a good point, Femi. And so that's, if we find out, or if we can recall, I can always say something now, but possibly people not understand. You cannot give what you don't have. Anything where you not get, where you not sabi, you're not able for give or teach somebody else because you don't know any better. What did I say? When somebody makes some kind of mistake or do something, what did they say? When people are disappointed at you, say, T-boy, you ought to know better, man, because the expectation is high. So you don't go below par. But if you don't know, say, all you know that you life, now unemployment for the best part of your life, then they can go through, inside a place for manage 7-something million people. I can say, salon, they set people up for failure. When I say salon, is the country, meaning that everything where they around for let person succeed, they set them up for, the country, they set you up for failure based on the things that we don't see, the structures, the systems, the processes, you understand, the guidelines. These things are there. If you go on paper, it is there. But people are just not interested. Because let me tell you, T-Boy and Femi, the organized chaos in Sierra Leone, that's what people like. Because they fit into that. It makes them special. It makes them demigods. It makes them people that you can worship. It makes them that now the people away all your life. If they jog and no you follow, you die.
I say
these are the things. These are the things. So it is deliberate. It's a deliberate strategy for make sure say people fail, for let few people continue for enjoy and better. And then people and they, unfortunately, their own offsprings them and that they teach them as well.
Yeah.
Then they can take over. So they set them up, send them to all these nice schools, give them all the opportunities, and then come for can't take over a system. And I was having a conversation over the weekend, and I'll say this, and I'm sorry if you are product of the Bo School. I'm not attacking you, but the Bo School was set up deliberately for that kind of system. The colonial system.
I would disagree with you on the Bo School.
Let me finish. I'm not saying you're not gonna disagree. But I want you me get things what they back them up with.
Okay.
You have it in abundance.
Let us disagree with you and say
no, not disagree. Let me tell you first.
No. I want to disagree with you first because
Tibo left Hamburging, left the man make it land.
The thing is, the colonial masters created a school, say for the sons of what?
Chiefs.
No, not chiefs.
Chiefs, yes, it was.
Chiefs.
Paramount chiefs, yes.
Qualify them. No others but paramount
chiefs, yeah.
And when they become now, who that then deal with?
The
paramount chiefs them for sell people, this, that. So you come, you train them, picking them with your own doctrine, your own ideology, for do what? For take over after them, parents them. And then we look Salon today. Yes, sir. Go ahead for before
I think it's called divide and rule, Juma.
It is. That's what it is. So you cater for a very few. You teach them something. Let them feel say they're better past. They say manners maketh man. I want you to tell me if this government way they 90% of the people them not go na Bo School, even if not just for semester or one time. They attended that school. That's why they're here. And look at what's happening. So you want to tell me, product of Bo School, now for make Salon better?
Okay, let me tell you, Usai, I disagree with you.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Now, Usai, what is the glad for now?
The defense I don't see where they come.
Alright, let's use I disagree with you. You have the products of Bo School and you have the byproducts of Bo School. Now, Bo School is being subdivided. You have the sons of the paramount chiefs, and you have the sons of the paramount chiefs, then enslaves them, but subordinates them. That is what Bo School is made of at the moment. And when you look at the bad pieces of the Bo School alma mater, then when they perform woefully right now, they are not sons of the paramount chiefs.
Are you sure?
I am 110% sure. And I will name
our president is what?
Our president's dad was not a paramount chief. You tell me who's saying a paramount chief of
Usai? That's what he said.
You tell me who's saying paramount chief of
Are you saying that's a made up story?
You tell me no, you know, isn't it? Me, I will tell you, say me, Papa. I will tell you,
Femi.
Primarily, say my dad was a product of a paramount chief. That's why he attended the Bo School. I will tell you, say, other authorities say, Dr. Murray Manye is a product of a paramount chief. That's why he attended the Bo School.
But then Dr. Manye then they condone.
I can name you very few. I can name you very few.
Somebody.
So what do you say to you is, most of the products, the bad products of the Bo School are not the sons of the paramount chiefs.
Okay, so you the distinguishing not to the sons them.
I will guarantee you. If you watch the bad products of any institution that is organized are the ones that were brought into that institution that made up the element.
Why the sons of the paramount chiefs that were a product of both school are all mute right now? They are not saying anything. They are aiding, abetting, condoning, and enjoying this thing. Not so I
will agree with you that in any institution there are good and bad products. But what I'm saying is
this is not so good and bad. Majority are bad because the majority they run.
The majority of the people that when are the boss school boys and right now where they run the government of Sierra Leone are not actual products of what they make both schools stand for.
But the products are still there around.
But that's what I'm saying.
Empower the wires so not so.
Well, I will not say so because again, the products that way they are now way still there around way muted. Now the products that way muted not by their choice because they too are becoming very much selfish because they think personal.
So they're selfish not by their choice, by whose choice?
But if you watch deep down in their hearts of their disciplines over the past decades, they have been the ones who were actually crying for the masses to benefit. They are the true
one. I want to name one for me. Where will Sabi? And because I name 20.
The only one we are going to name for you are Sabi because I know him personally and I think his contribution towards the country has been immensely.
Only one.
Only one.
So that not counts.
Well, the other one, I will not vie for them.
For me, the name 10 for you. So if the majority...
Of course, not the majority they talk about. I agree. I agree with the majority because me say don't talk and personally say the people that were both school that they don't discuss alone because both school after in the 80s. Both school is not the same both school anymore. Anybody will attend both school now in the 80s, in the 70s.
The one that will go the 80s, now then they
the one that will go both school in the 80s, now they are the bad product of the both school. The one that will go both school in the 60s, in the 70s, they are the both school alma mater. And if you watch them, now they are the one that will actually begin create differences in different aspects of administration in Sierra Leone, including my dad was one of those few. So basically, all I'm saying is, I agree with you. The products of both schools are the products of destroying the facet of what Salon should stand for right now. I totally agree with you. But again, I will not put the blame on the sons of the paramount chiefs that attended those schools.
Until the sons of the paramount chiefs that we attend come out and openly condemn and say, this not waiting with train now. But waiting with they see out there, now then they clap for them, now they endorse them, now then they support them, now then they tell you say they're doing a good job. Now they actually now the defenders at the same time.
Because again, like I say, they've gone down the route of individual. They were not like that before. What's changed their mantra? I don't know. But they were not like that before. Again, like I say, there are many people that I used to have so much value and respect for. The moment they join the Paupa clan, their concept of humanity just changed. I don't know whether the doctrination of what Paupa stand for, or I don't know whether it's the amount of initiation where they go through or what in the type of protect, but their doctrines after Paupa is totally different from what I know of them.
Like the same thing, before Femi Kainsa, I just want for align them again. We talk about the Paupa because people they distinguish or say no, na Paupa they're not to SLPP. But the people who voted for them are majority SLPP people. So until the majority of the SLPP people come out again and say, you know what, we are not going to vote for you because you're not representing the ideologies and the interests of the SLPP, and they give it for nothing bad name. Just like how Ali, where NPRC take over, a lot of people did not want to associate themselves with the APC until the APC rebrand themselves. People begin attracted to that. Nobody not be there because that bad name will be there. Nobody for up. So this is what we're seeing now with the SLPP. You can't say it's Paupa. We voted, the party symbol is SLPP. The convention where they go re-appoint or re-select or re-endorse the present president forbidden flag bearer, you understand, is under the SLPP. So sorry, over to you, Femi. I just want to say that.
Juma Yambogin, but you're right. But no, T-Boy, honestly, Juma right in many ways.
Of course, he's right.
Juma writes that we not vote as a country, we not vote for Paupa.
True.
We voted for the SLPP, and if the majority of the SLPP then believes say waiting and votes for isn't what is here now, then they need to speak up. But Bokubi don't they talk. I don't know why. The one we did at home with the saloon, I can understand. Sometimes in the fear, waiting the happen, so they see police and they go arrest people, them go, maltreat them because they open their mouth and talk certain things them. But the one they waiting at the West, for me, then are the biggest. I'm not gonna say criminals, but I will go very, very close. But they're possibly the ones that way they help for make we country not go before. We have too many clans, too many cabals. We begin think of Sierra Leone first. Not to Bo School, not to Mende, not to Timini, not to Prince of Wales, not to Creole. We need to start thinking about Sierra Leone. Until we do that day before we go able for unite and go forward. We know they do that and they at all as a nation, no matter what they say, I will not get tribalism, but yes, we practice we sit here, we complain with and it treats we bad because of the color of our skin. We say racism this, racism that, but we're just as bad to ourselves in our country then. As a Creole man, for say I get more opportunity for buy land than England, or America, or whose country I will call Japan, than I get rights for buy land inside Salon. It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. They say because na area where they don't reserve for the indigenes of that land. Those rules they not ever make Salon develop. Because if I get into winning now, win the lottery, or invent something where I make boku money, and I decide to go open factory na area where sometimes me and chief go get plaba, chief go pull it in me hand back and losses me money, I will never put my money there. So there's many things that way they divide we. So Juma is right where he say, I'm not gonna say just Bo School, but the divide and rule culture in Sierra Leone is what's keeping us backwards.
I agree with you, Femi, and I agree with what Juma says. Juma, get a caller?
I want to take this call quick because I think you get more experience for guiding this conversation. Hello, Foot of States. Instead of Paramount Chief, I don't know if you young chicken there they go to school.
Come out from 3 chieftaincy houses in Sierra Leone. Tidibia, Koya, and my great-grandpa was the second Fulani chieftain in Freetown. Almami Mohamed Juldeh Jalloh. The issue about Sierra Leone now with level of honesty. Both of you are right. The school factor they play into a lot of things in Sierra Leone. The present government, they hide behind, say, most of them are products of Bo School. The fact is the Bo School was established to train the sons and wards of chiefs. The intention, I posted a document for T-Boy for Meki Ida. If you don't get access, I could send that to him. The intention originally was to train the sons and wards of chiefs for make them adopt an attitude of Western development that the locality. Me namesake, me mama and papa from Binti Dibia, Boy Jalloh. Now product of Bo School. He attend Bo School with Aprima Gobert and this present Minister of Health, Papa. He was also a close friend to Milty Magai, who attended the Albert Academy because they worked together as medical personnel. In have been dispenser, the partner been dispenser, Milty Magai have been medical officer. Then they needed the transfer them. This issue of school factor, not only post-school, even in the last regime, the issue of Magoka government boys came at certain point and started derailing the focus on national development.
Yeah.
You see, normally, when people go into power in Africa, they tend to be influenced by certain clans and cabals or even ethnic groups. That's normal. Me and you, Juma, if we go to power, then Fulaman, they come here. Some of you know they go into politics because I would not encourage that. Even with my children, if they do things wrong, I push them far. Now the discipline that will not get as a race, it's not only in Sierra Leone, it's affecting the whole of Africa. Discipline in governance and we ability for build and maintain trust in public institutions. Now they make with continents, they get a lot of problems. 60 and more years after independence, by now we've able to support myself. Vietnam, Singapore and others, they were backward in the 60s. Look at them, see the IMF people, they go after them. But these countries have everything. The fuel crisis, they affect the whole world. But those countries are running. We not understand how to govern with self-management. Is a problem for us because we lack trust for unite we, then we lack self-discipline as individuals. That's why I agree with T-Boy say, the age matter, the matter. You see, all of us have been through that. There was a time in my life as a young man, I've been crazy. Been very crazy, but as I grow older, they look at certain things. I say, no, this is beyond me. I should not do this anymore. And another thing we will get for understand is there is a biological factor about getting wealth. When a young man gets wealthy, because he gets a lot of dopamine and adrenaline in his system, they tend to do things that are crazy. And that they make the lost focus. That's what we see in this government.
But Mr. Jambo, they want not to get wealth. Now thief then the thief within the land.
When you are in public,
because we get and we work for them. Yeah.
When you are in public office, you get access to wealth. If you are not disciplined, you then misuse the wealth.
Right.
You understand? But if somebody will don't get that discipline, you don't get that ethics, it then at the office day, I don't mean say not go take waiting for take. But they do it with reasoning. We've seen that before. In Sierra Leone in the 60s and 70s, them by them be the thief. But them be the draw with caution. The dopamine be on the low. Now the young one and they get so much dopamine that when they get money, fever they could take cooking. It's crazy. So they do all kinds of things. And because of that, then they overdo and overreact to situations. This is our problem. We psychology, not our problem.
So what age, when we're talking about age here, what age is young? And what age you will think, say, okay, this is not the party age, you don't begin to reach the party age. I have my reason for asking because I want to make few references.
I would answer to that, but I will come with a little bit of agenda.
That's fine.
You see, age, maybe for somebody born and brought up in a developed society, may not be a factor because in this part of the world, from the time they begin the kindergarten, till they done school, then they put them through certain disciplines for making get self-discipline and control.
Mm-hmm.
But in Africa, where we get the master-servant mentality, and especially so those who think they have sons and wards of chiefs, you give a small education, then go from a college, go learn Greek and Roman culture. That inflow in a system, they make it crazy. If you go put someone in a public office, they misuse them. Mark my words, anybody will go through school in Sierra Leone, they go into public office, they know they do well. But if that person come out, they can't walk out. I not say that how can see don't pick them up. The one will come out, he get job na ya, he work na ya like YouTuber. You don't work outside, you don't get discipline. If you go back, you exercise a lot of caution. It's a fact. It's a fact. There are lots of things we have to look at with the problems that they are new. And I can always say, the long and short of the problems that Sierra Leone are sociological reasons. It come up from with perceptions, with attitudes, and how we interact with each other. I may be older than you, or maybe even old enough to be your father, but I have to respect you.
So, okay.
You understand? You shall get to respect me. Whether you get money, pass me or not, if you get that ability for sheer respect and respect with humanity, then we'll be able to think together and live together. This is another thing absent in our society.
Right.
Them boys that will be sit down in London, they do all kind of, now they get money, they disrespect people. So therefore, there is not that national cohesion. Nobody has all the knowledge, but you need other people around you for assist you. The only people they want around them is those who praise sing them.
Yes, a mentality.
And the more you get praise singers around you, the more stupid and idiotic you become. I'll end there, sir.
Thank you very much, as always. Foot of State, we're glad you called. Over to you, T-Boy.
Nail everything on the head, because I agree with almost everything we don't say. When it comes to the age differences, I think that's now one of the most important things we are highlighting earlier on, and we get an amount of inexperienced leadership in all the different various department or capacity we get in our salon. So we'll definitely look at NTS very seriously and see how we're able for close the gap of the insufficient capacity of the intellectual that will get with the so-called and self-educationist way that they do the right thing. Because when you look at the school, I agree with the school and the communal collective cohesion where they happen if you go into governance or in politics, where you go say everybody will follow you because you're fuller, or people that will follow you because you know this from this particular school. But the discipline is what is important, where I think it will lack. We boil down to management, because if you're disciplined enough in terms of managing the affairs of any kind of thing you do, you know, go bring kind of nepotism part of it, because what you go take them away from the profession where you deal with at a particular point in time. You know, go bring kind of favoritism, because you know me party. Because me always say, don't employ me. Not give me work because you feel say you like me. Give me work because you feel I can deliver. If you don't believe say I dey deliver, take it elsewhere. I have no issue with that. But if you assess me because of my ability, fine. If you assess me because of who you feel say I be or connected to, I am not interested. You might think a lot of people then corrupt in a salon, but sometimes now we, the individuals, then they fall into the corrupt practice of the one that we corrupt and make we all become corrupt. But if we insist and say to them, sorry, I cannot do this job because I don't think I have the full capacity at a subletter, at a subcontractor, or at a joint partnership with another company, one of us say, go give me more value for produce this thing for make it become better. Or I'll take the job and make it clear to you, say, well, this job is big, but I'm going to bring in few different companies for look for doing it together. And then we get the same kind of result. But we're so greedy, we're so one-sided, we're so individual that we not even anticipate self say, okay, I don't know nothing about this construction job, but guess what? I know a few contractors that we are free to say if we come sit down at the table, we'll go forget this thing done. I go for one cheap contractor, we don't even know nothing. Just because I will go pay, I will say free for pay. And me make 90% of the profit, I will get 10%. And then you go do crap job. So the amount of discipline what they bring come in, what will they do? Then they make the difference in how we able to achieve more. We not get nothing for do the school I go. The sky where I come off from, the language where they speak, or Uda Asabi. Because me own brother say no, can mess up my own business and put them back the season. It's not possible. Or me party they mess up in business, we continue for be friends. No, I didn't tell you say we friendship they continue, but guess what? We might not be business partners. So we got to able for make those differences, get the balances of how we bring people on board in terms of developing the country or anything else what they do. And how they execute reduces them if they good the power for make with any institution. Where I feel say as a nation we for begin getting differentiation in terms of how they even select, appoint, and give people a job. Also based on who they are, but it should be based on their credentials of deliverables. Not because of you name this person, or you go to that college day, or you study with me, or you sit in the same class with me for make a do job. It means I am only thinking self, not national.
And you don't even help the person because I make a say you set people up for failure because you know for say they don't get the capacity, but you thought say you put them there, then the person fail. What do you expect? You expect them for perform magic. Like I said, you cannot give what you don't have. If you don't get the experience, you don't have the skills, you cannot deliver. You know, poor result. We go get a backward nation. And you want people, you force people for belief say you're not the best president. Where you take a bunch of, you add a pause for let the word continue. You think and you mind, you put them there, then you first let people believe, say yes, you have done, more than any other president before. What do you think about that word, baby? Pressure the go. Over to you, Femi.
I think say Juma just not been freeze. Wait, Juma pause. I really feel it's in a freeze, But I begin check the internet for see what's not happen. But Juma pausing there, it's somebody say na YouTube say some of them people as that be me paddy them. Yes, I totally agree. We all have friends within our positions of I'll call them power, Juma. Mm-hmm. Or where they close to positions of power, where some of the left here so then go, it will be the above say, some of them mean well. Because we all don't get in the same discussion here, so over the table, na party them, na get together, we all don't preach, we don't talk the good talk. So when the opportunity come, some of we although we not been get faith in the upper side of things, but we see certain people we been move along with the whole power thing, and we've been thinking, say, okay, well maybe sometimes they're able for influence, but some of them people also have been a huge letdown. Outside school day for talk, they've come here, they've studied, they've worked, because some of them they just can't sit down in England, no do nothing, Some of them have held good positions here, have held positions of responsibility. They ought to know better. But they want they may blame more because they don't talk. Then gets the pa in yes and the mommy yes, but they know they talk. They know say waiting the happen so not right, but they know they say nothing. You think that you'll be able to influence because you know a little bit better. So Mr. Jalloh say, the people away they go know nothing. They haven't got the experience. Some of them do. I don't know why they know they say nothing. All these years of training, we then come at the West, some of them 10 years, some 20 years, some even more of working in correct institution, them go back and then forget totally all them training them, then just go carry on outside and meet people them. You know, we have some good ones. We born, bred, schooled in Sierra Leone, lived in Sierra Leone all their life. We do wonderful jobs in our salon. Not just criticize them no more. You know, but I believe, say, you know, coming out gives you that experience there. We're going to argue with one guy, but developments are Sierra Leone. And as far as he was concerned, Sierra Leone have been the best place ever until he go Ghana. When he go Ghana, where he see Ghana, from that thing that he's so critical of the government in our salon, it is incredible. Because his eyes were opened. As I can always say, if I wake in the morning, I switch my light on. Lights day. For some people in a salon are luxury. I turn the tap, water they run. For some people in a salon are luxury. Can you imagine in this day and age, we country, we capital city, we not get toilet inside we public institutions them. We they get blackout inside parliament. And worse, we they get blackout inside operating theater. It just shows see some of we people that we supposed for the lead we no really know waiting in there about or waiting and supposed for the do.
All right, thank you very much, Femi. I think we don't go through 2 or 3 of the main topic of discussion. We'll start with earlier on. Okay, you got another call again, Juma?
Yeah, I see another caller. I don't know. Let's accept the call and see which will be in contribution. Hello, caller.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Good morning, good evening.
Yeah, good morning and good evening.
I would just want to contribute a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
For this program for Salon. The problem we'll get in Salon are the leadership of Madabio. Why make a gap?
So you mean the present problem we get?
Yes, now the leadership of Madabio.
Okay.
To most of the things that would happen. You see, nobody no hits Madabio. He's one of the luckiest Sierra Leoneans. First and foremost, the hardship in the country. More look, Madabio, I been the live with win London. I know the disrespect her. Whether they know me, they know Sabi, they call him Big Brother. The hardship in Boku, we not be able to even afford a car for himself flyer. Now, the bosses there will be the load. You see the struggle. Most of their way also, where in goes, they see the struggle of overseas. Now, all be their stranded. If they go sit down, they're not able to change the narrative. What are you going to for blame? They were not can live a Western world. We will all be the talk now, see now where the old people are not be travel. They don't know the system of the Western world. If they go, why make the triangle step and then Mother Bill for take a responsibility? But in order for do the reason why make Mother Bill not do in no one confront the honesty in the world. You get for be honest, way wrong, you wrong, way right, you right. Then go to cabal. You see that attitude, that thing when we talk about the both school issue. This like cabal, like what it when they say, not just the chieftaincy kids, not to the normal. This cabal, now the RAF family members, the founders of the RAF kids or members, the attitude where them brainwash them, picking them. Now that revenge them go through. I want more now check if anybody be honest among this power, then go tell you say what you they talk says if you don't be careful down it, Mother behavior it change by you. May Mother Bio try to understand Saloma for all. My brother now also said if hardship they be, you they cut off some of the expenditures them. But look at them what you kind of wedding guy they drive. Look at what then they spend on the youth. You be don't oppose say the travel overseas travel. Now in the cost most of the hardship not what income you do and pass what the one way be the attitude what in preach. They say what in quiet, make in followers them, not you don't quiet. It intimidate, encompass them, it tolerates so much rubbish, lawlessness. We all be able to see the narrative for change. We all been get high up on Madabio.
You will understand, say, the whole world triangle state. But Mother Bio, you know, they ever say them pay and cut pay. Even a yawo they work, where things are tight, the turnover of the business don't be right, then they say, well, may they cut off the hours them. May they shape up the salary of everybody. But Mother Bio, in a minister them, then get full pay, then get light them at their homes them. If you go to the public where they pay taxes, they know you will get government flight. And government flights, now they be the businessman money where they will make profits for pay tax. The method, you think them people are, they're not clever, they're not stupid, they're all smart. Most of them, they work now overseas, they work correct. But now the system wouldn't go. The vengeance of revenge. Now this, are the talking to all the people away plant the war, are them brainwash them, in them. You see, this not to race, not to tribal. You see the Southeasterners them, they get a system where them plants now, most of them begin them. That narrative until you come on at them brain, until Salon get peace. We all get for say the way it is. Whenever, Juma, you ever hear a Southeasterner, or see Johnny Tina and say racist words there, no Southeasterner, power, no come and condemn Osti Johnny. But may somebody will not come self na tongue on at the north and say something, it is see that then they use them as revenge. You see, alleged issue is all about revenge. Juma, if somebody gets problem with somebody about death or their fate, may the Lord deal with that person. Me know they condole about. But there is no right, according to the information within the social media, say them brutalize them vandalize your human rights. It's wrong. Remember that your things here, upon picking them, instead of their life. According to the guy, when they call in them, when they say Lima, with the Lima in attitude, not to Lima the actual. The driver is there. Lima is just a passenger or a driver's mate. Now, what him Madam Bio preach to them? If you know the power by how they operate, you know, when Madam Bio put you as minister, the secretary, now they appoint her for you. It use security back where they watch you. So the guy, the lawyer would, all in minister, the lawyer would act according to the rules and regulation of how they act in the ministries them. So this now, you know, for so many things. You know, they give me the car where you hold the rope. Again, I know they will go nowhere. And the hardship of the country, they continue in a way that is sad. Would not be the big safety big. But then guy they are, now wickedness, then they get light, then get water. But you don't oppose all them things they are doing APC time. Whenever things go wrong in the country, then begin they can't tell you, say, and as OPC time, tradition, king time, when I left them colonial this mentality, they no can put another beyond your regime. I don't know if people will deny saying that SLPP, this now SLPP they vote for. They don't vote for power, but now the mentality where they count. Why make them count that mentality? If you listen, Chief Minister, the words your way be the talk. Let's say they're now their own salon. If them guy that lobby win this election, therefore divide salon because that was their own plan. Some of who will know them, will know what them preach. Who been they tell them say it wrong. Look the ACC. The way they say students there, when I arrested them, then go change them. But who that difference is it also because Chief Minister get involved, First Lady get involved, then the ministers that then shape that rest. The LCC say they're not see no case. Whenever things are wrong on the government side, and they say they not see down the end of vengeance from Kuna country, may God help we. If God no help we, what you will be go through, he get for past this. But all this, what he calls that, is it Tijan Kaba, it do well, but it not do well again at the other side. Then keep the secret of the people that wake out to one as alone. If they've been telling we the people and say that way and the name said that maybe them before don't shame, who said before don't know, who left or right. But then just left the country by darkness. And that darkness until light come. What's in the light? The honest truth for saying no thing and maybe teach Juma. Juma are sorry. If them apology and honesty not count to be the Sierra Leoneans, Juma, time get for come. You get for look T-boy, says if you afraid for tell T-boy certain things. You go think say they against you. Yeah. Now so this power don't go pin the country.
Right.
It's so bad because for the police them, I don't even know what if for say again. The institution, they're all the power. Don't grab them. Don't put them now. Then you want people and then put there. If you don't speak the language of power, you are not part of it. The first lady said that. But most of the things when they come to Fatima, people can think say then they underestimate them or then they look at another. Now the true Fatima in couch, now the Sarana in children. But you know what, man not hold the line too much. We need to speak up. Salon people who need for stand up. It's no time to be quiet.
Right.
We're too hypocrites who we Sierra Leoneans them. We're too hypocrites. We need to stand up.
All right. Thank you so much, Kola, for your passionate contribution. We appreciate you very much. Thank you. T-Boy, una don't discuss the LAJ and the VP issue already.
Well, the LAJ issue now I want to campaign because we don't talk about 2 or 3 of the main topic of discussion are the headlines. So I just want to make come into the LAJ where you just come in. So I just want to make you get a review of what you don't do. So right now, then we can now come into the LAJ saga. Like you say, the LAJ saga is a saga we happened, was it 2 days ago or 2 days ago? And we realize say it don't escalate to a different level right now. There are so many rumors around the exact scenario of what happened and what not happen. I first saw a video of people calling names, tribes, and then I even call other people there for camp, policemen don't camp, blah, blah, blah. So it was just a mix up of so many things that happened. But I listened to some video this afternoon where give me a true and proper breakdown of the incident by an individual. I don't know whether the incident by that individual is the real truth of what really happens. But when I listen to all the explanation of the entire situation of what happened with LAJ, now the point at which they come, they arrest them, then go to Congo Cross police station, the police superintendent will be in charge, say, well, okay, they release them, make them go about their business because they're trying to go Guinea also. Then made them just give statements and made everybody go about his business. Then all of a sudden, it say there came in few more people and we come with some van, we say they come for can arrest LAJ. And the police then at Congo Coast tell them say, well, we can arrest somebody now, so no sound they can go, and we need for fill some kind of form for saying that they can't take her. And by the way, would I send now? Oh, well, they don't need for send, tell would I send them when a person say, me they can arrest LAJ and can go. So apparently, then share all these statements we don't make, so like that doesn't even exist anymore. And then all of a sudden, they round him up and then drove him off. But the man and media around, so then follow the convoy, we go to LAJ. Apparently, they end up with an Benghazi. And one knows that Benghazi, they are SSD or OSD. Femi, sometimes Benghazi, they famous ability. Femi, knows how Benghazi, but in above myself, na freedom. So they end up for gang on Benghazi. Benghazi is one of the notorious SSD holding quarters, then where they opposite to you building, when they practice so many bad things them. And the reason why they call it Benghazi, now because of during the Libya war, Benghazi was the most dangerous part of the country where been faced the most gruesome parts of the Libya war.
If you come out there alive,
you know, man. So basically, they made them call it Benghazi. So imagine them take you carry on Benghazi, within Igotalic. So basically, they can't go. But I think doing in arrest na Benghazi, I think they're not going to make them know who side them in the camp. But then the policeman and we can take them for the second time. Apparently, they follow them by bike and they realize say it is Benghazi. So this was where they give this narration of the story. Now, possibly one of the exact statement they really make at this guy for repeats now. So right now. So afterwards, then go Benghazi and then few more policemen in Kansas and said, they say for cutting here. They begin argue why they for cutting here and then only for cutting here. And they say they need to cut here because they say that you hear your power day. So then get for brutalize them, chain, close chain, to see chain boxer, then pin on down and cut in here. But during that process, they then say get injection. Some get liquid injection within gear. And not say that injection where you look for somebody in vain for get injection because of something else. Now like then stab and press kind of way now, so the person will explain. So basically after the injection, he was a bit drowsy or dizzy. Whether he lost consciousness or not, we don't know. But apparently they refuse contact because they're not born for make people and see the kind of state where he in at that particular point in time where they don't shave their head off. So he was basically being brutalized. But this person they emphasize say if LJ come out of that particular scene day, it will not be the same person that we used to know as LJ. So there is a lot of kind of other controversial issues that we surrounding the whole case. But I think what's in happen now, the person continue for say, Insai, na Pademba Road, we know that police headquarters, yes, na Pademba Road, CID, where they can go there for interrogation. But apparently, they have changed 3 of his statements. The first one, they say, na something happened where they say he drive motorcar with no license. Apparently, he wasn't the driver. They say he used motorcar but with no license, but so he committed a crime on that. So basically, all the 2 allegations they make against him was void. The final one, where they can leave it against him, the one where they say they arrest him for burglary. So basically, if they arrest you for the kind of thing, and they in charge of for we if we go court fighting tomorrow. So basically, if they charge you for,
they be supposed to go court today.
Yes, but they say go or he appear or something, or
they not can go.
Okay, so we don't know what kind of state he is right now. So what's in your own story behind what's in the it might be different from what's in here today.
So what's in here not that far from what you explained, so T-Boy. And I just want for make a statement here first. For say me, and I believe say we at this platform not a condone anything with lawlessness. Okay? That if there is a crime or alleged crime, the police then gets right for carry out their responsibility. Okay? I want to let people understand that first, that we are not condoning anything. But at this stage, whatever LAJ do, waiting in or do, it not matter for me. Because we have done more programs about the police now than any other institution in Sierra Leone. Correct me if I'm wrong. We have done more shows about the judiciary or issues around the judiciary and justice and rule of law than any other issue in Sierra Leone. Correct me if I'm wrong. So we should ask ourselves why. And if I can remember, we don't talk about LAJ and the police or law enforcement more than 4 times Naya. Dedicated programs or programs within programs, topics within programs. So we in a normal society, usai sober people lende where they think with their aid for push country go before, they will get for go back and review and ask why this same thing they happen all the time. Why anything we get for do with LAJ, it become a bigger issue. But is the interest for learn lessons and solve them and push the country go before? Or is it the same thing we'll talk about earlier where they lack the chaos and the joblo jabla business where nobody know they understand waiting happen for let they able for do waiting them feel for do? Because a sober institution like the Sierra Leone police, we're supposed for be, when the slogan say a force for good, if they're actually a force for good, LAJ you don't have to like him. In order for be you fumble, but you have to accept by virtue of what he don't do. LJ is an influencer. He's a public figure. He's a person of, public interest, where anything around them, people want to know what happens. The actual story. So the police not for run day 24 hours without issuing a press release for correct or put on record officially waiting actually happen. So for me, now the first side that one day why they hold the police responsible. If there's a press release, I don't know about it. I don't know whether you are aware of. Official press release.
Juma, we always know whenever the police take their time to release any statements from their own corners, it means something dodgy is happening.
Thank you very much. So point number one, for the fact that the police don't hold on, they're not able to come out and say what happened, means say there is something iffy. Yeah. Something they smell behind that thing they done a one. Two, why LJ, we've seen situation when these governments take over, the first person will suffer major violence, apart from the crowded one or all that, now LJ.
Yep.
He was attacked at the Atlantic Lumley Hotel. He was beaten. He go in coma, but then still arrest him in his state where he been there and care and go lock him. So police then participate and deny him in right as an individual. We don't see multiple issues that will don't happen, and then still use LJ up until a point wherein the Inspector General of Police issue a warrant, a bounty. Bounty, not a warrant of arrest, a bounty.
Not a warrant, it was a bounty.
It's a bounty on his head. So if you bring them, you get 5 million leons or something like that.
I think so.
Yeah, 5 million. And he not even get the decency as Inspector General of Police. We're supposed to perform a formal role. Even if you are angry, you are upset with somebody, even if they say this person you don't kill, look, you hold the other person here where he cuts naya. When they address him, is still an allegation. One. Secondly, when they address him, you address him formally, Mr. XYZ, by an official name where you
say
put AKA so. Then even go again and forge the warrant where they make for an forge because not to LJ name and somebody else in name there. Okay? Nothing was done about that. So the judiciary and the police. This time, I'll tell you this. It wasn't an arrest. He was kidnapped. Because if police, the incident happened at Congo Cross Police Station. And Congo Cross Police Station, not to just a police post or a sub, now a major police division for the western part of Freetown.
Yeah.
Now the major, now like the big police, like when you get Central Police Station, now so you get to Congo Cross Police Station for people who don't understand. So he was not at a police post. He was at a major police station. Also, you get an LUC, local unit commander. Okay? Where now like you go say third in rank to the Inspector General of Police.
Yeah, no, don't infect the Juma.
That's for another day. That's for another day. Yeah, so you get an LUC day. You understand where it commander whole west part there where it is. Congo Cross Police Station, Lumley Police Station, they're all now big police station there.
Yeah.
Okay. And the usually make it take me time for explain this thing, but if I go too long, if you want to come in, please do. Now for let people understand, say this is not a new issue. But he was kidnapped in a police station. Inside police station, then go kidnap and they. Because if you person come inside police, then the policeman they ask who that send una. The person say no, we don't need for tell you. Then you, as policeman, when are you area, now you jurisdiction the thing happen, you not do the proper transfer process because
they were going to, according to the reports we made today, they were going to follow the process because they even instruct the special unit to come for that arrest LAJC. You cannot just take this man like that without filling certain forms. Then for but then who knows all that?
Right. So if you police station, we're supposed to protect LAJ. In as much as whatever happened, you understand, somebody can report him, you arrest him, you have to protect him.
Yeah.
He's a Sierra Leonean, he's an individual, he gets human rights. You're supposed to protect him.
Yeah.
But you failed to protect him and he was kidnapped.
Can I interject, Juma?
Yeah, go ahead, Thibaut.
Not to just stand there. He's now, because you don't arrest him, he did under your control.
Custody, yes.
He did under your custody. He is your responsibility.
Yep.
Nothing of what happened to him. He left self inside himself. He decided for harm himself. It's your responsibility because you don't owe him. Your responsibility for put him in a safe position for wait for in trial for come.
Correct.
So if you allow people and for can take them without the proper documentation, as Juma say, it's almost kidnapping.
It is kidnapping because up until today, up until right now, officially, nobody know the whereabouts of LAJ. Nobody know the states which it is under. Nobody know anything about her. I'm gonna bring something where possibly might sound too harsh, but I want to say something now, and I mean well with that statement. If problem happen as alone, if trouble happen as alone, if anything will happen like where we get the war of 1991 to 1990 to 2002, if it happened, now 7 people responsible right now. 7. And I'll tell you those 7 people. The Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs, Lima. The Minister of Internal Affairs, what's their name again? All right, I just go blank on her. You understand? Yeah, but I go remember her name just now. The Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs, the Minister of Internal Affairs, the Inspector General of Police, the Chief of Defense Staff in Sierra Leone, the Chief Justice of Sierra Leone, the Vice President of Sierra Leone, and the President of Sierra Leone. If any trouble for them as alone, now then 7 people and they responsible. You know why, T-Boy? The LAJ issue always don't happen so. The Vice President now in charge of the police, Dr. Mohamed Juldeh Jalloh. All right? I take me time and explain all the incidents that don't happen under with LAJ. But no investigation not on do for let them do corrective measures. And it's on record wherein the Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs don't issue public threats against LAJ. They don't send threats to LAJ in family. You understand me? It tell them. So if anything happened to her, that's one. The Chief Justice, he don't sit down. They don't care go LAJ. They don't use wrong things them within the judiciary. They don't do nothing for put corrective measures in place. Femi, I see you want to come inside before I continue.
I mean, just want to ask, say, not to Thibaut and Paddy Nimi Binitra for member?
Pandanoa. Yeah.
Okay.
Internal Minister. You know. So, the Internal Affairs Minister, 9 days ahead of, you know, a Deputy Minister, where they issue verbal threats on people on social media, they attack people in our radio stations the way they want for talk, and even send people them for go arrest. But they're not able for tame up. Okay? So
where you get an internal minister of Sierra Leone?
Internal Affairs Minister.
Internal Affairs Minister of Sierra Leone, when they don't leave na salon for a complete 6 months. What do you expect?
It doesn't matter.
No, what do you expect?
Well, it don't matter. You know why, T-boy?
No, it matters.
You know what make I say no matter?
Yeah.
Because you get laws, you get things the way they guide you. If you see you people, then they deviate from waiting there on paper, waiting there on black and white. And
it takes every minister in a ministerial.
No, you don't have a business becoming Minister of Internal Affairs if you feel say you not being in that country for 6 months disadvantage you for able to do anything. Then you have no business being in that position.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, for me.
But Juma, as the chief man na the village, as the captain of the ship, if you order lieutenants and they misbehave, not your responsibility for put them right.
Exactly.
Not your responsibility. So yes, you don't name all them people as, but really and truly, the buck should stop with one person. Because if me gets me paddy them all around me and then they do bad under me name, then I'm equally as responsible.
Right.
And I'm even more responsible because I'm the leader of the gang.
You know, Timmy cannot just left him with the president because the president always claim. The president we don't tell we in a media talk say he was not aware that there are issues that there are issues within the judiciary. It not be no say problem then they not also T-boy.
Yeah.
He told us that publicly when they ask about the judiciary. He said no nothing. But the Chief Justice did it. The Chief Justice done that judiciary there for the past 30-40 years, if I'm not mistaken. You understand? Sometimes some of the book the way that they use today for the laws in a salon, now they writer. But it is supervise a judiciary. You understand? A system, a judicial system where they seize people their right, they take people and carry them go na Pademba Road unnecessarily. Then go kill people na Pademba Road. 29 what you call them almost people let them kill. 30 they will not know the figure. Who is responsible for the for waiting the inmate na Pademba Road? The Chief Justice, okay, the Minister of Internal Affairs, the Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs, and the Vice President of Sierra Leone. The Vice President is, according to the way person just post now, so don't tell me, he's the chairman of the Police Council. So if you have an Inspector General of Police, where they tell you, say they take orders from above. Now, who that's now the orders from above, where the Inspector General of Police, they take instructions from. It will be who? Not even the Deputy Internal Affairs Minister. So it will be the Minister of Internal Affairs, the Vice President, and the President of Sierra Leone. So the orders from above, where the police then they say, now they want them there. Because he gets the orders and then it's trickling down to the people that go kidnap people and so. So the Vice President, we always talk about the President, the Vice President don't supervise or ignore or fail for do things. He went to Pademba Road prison, they killed people. He came out and promised the people of Sierra Leone that they're going to do everything to investigate and come out with a report and do something. Up until today, T-boy, where the report?
Not to be seen.
Not to be seen.
From nowhere.
Yeah. Yes, Femi.
Chuma, what happened to that young man with them all na that stadium? We again we see people and say then go arrest them, then kidnap them, plain clothes people are not to be in police. As you say, this is kidnapping. And it makes all of us feel very unsafe. Because you can say something, you can walk, you can do at the wrong place at the wrong time. People can hold you for nothing. So what happened to that guy? In case don't look down, have they left him? Is he free?
He served 8 months in prison. He came out, you understand? A party where he belonged to APC people rally around him. This guy had to abandon. He run away, come on a bow, because we go there and they threaten him again. Because he came out and he became a hero, so they didn't like that. Then begin harassing his family, so he get for run away and come free term. Then get for go find different place for shelter. So can you imagine that kind of thing? What happened? Now, it don't, like you stated, it don't become so dangerous that, and why make I mention the vice president? Now, the criminality of the police don't they happen inside the police system, where they go kidnap somebody inside police station, take and crank on a torture camp, take off in dread, and begin inject them with poisonous substance. Because if not a doctor's order, if not a certified and professional medical person administer that treatment, what kind of treatment do you expect, T-Boy?
Well, Juma, this is becoming very scary. If we can there in this 21st century, a police force can enter another police force and kidnap an alleged victim or an alleged accuser of a crime, we steal the give statement and take him to a tortured camp and being injected with some kind of injection, we will not know what's in the medication for that particular purpose, and then they ripped off his hair and also cut and ripped his hair off the head, then burn him into pieces because of him being accused that they empowered day, and he was stripped of his dignity for a crime that we still don't know what it is.
It's an allegation. What if it was a story about somebody against another person?
That's what I'm saying. For a crime that we still don't know what it is, and then we still don't know the whereabouts of this individual, it makes us become very scary of what could be the expectation of an ordinary man. Well, like you said, LJ might have all his differences, might have all his issues in Sierra Leone, but you rightly say he is a person of interest in Sierra Leone. Everybody would like to know what is going on with LJ, whether good or bad. And if we do a program on LJ specifically and some other programs, then we don't highlight LJ, it means there has been a lot of negative issue surrounding LJ and the judiciary and the police enforcement system in Sierra Leone. So it means people should be asking questions, why this specific individual? And they say some of the utterances that they make at the scene, where they say somebody they call Mende people and say Mende and this and Mende and that, they realize it wasn't even the one that was making the statement. So all the allegations the way they don't put down pending was crushed, and then they come up with the one where they say it's 450,000 Leone for the fuel station of 450,000 Leone. That's peanuts. And AJ might be so desperately broke, but I don't think he will rob a fuel station of 450,000. But let's say that is an allegation, but it's still pending investigation. No warrant you for go kidnap him, take him to a tortured camp, and then do what you do, Tanso. And then you say it comes from others from above. That is what it is. And then I am looking at, I'm still able for take him in say the David Pandanoa way I know. Neither the Minister of Internal Affairs. I'm still thinking, how the hell did that happen? How? What's in that indecision? Because when you become the Minister of Internal Affairs, you should have an amount of capacity of intelligence. You should have an amount of capacity of security apparatus within any structure. That man was not even a security guard in the UK. That I know for sure. He was not even a security guard in the UK. This is not the person where you go put for implement new laws and guidelines for combat lawlessness in Sierra Leone. Are you serious? Really? Wow. So Juma, let me ask the question, say, what do you expect from the Minister of Internal Affairs going down to in deputy where we know say cannot deliver nothing in that capacity? Sometimes Lima self sometimes will say that's a small because he gets some amount.
Served in the military.
Yes, he don't serve in the military. I was saying he gets small amount of security experience because he don't serve in the military. He knows some amount of military discipline.
Supposed for.
Well, I think he does because at some points if you don't have the military, you must not do infantry. And infantry is basic. Everybody goes to infantry.
But they teach you discipline. Then they
well, there is a infantry now about the discipline of the military. That may I'll not say he go to whether he is now unruling military officer, we make them dismiss him. That is his own problem. But he must have gone through some element of discipline as a military officer. Whether he becomes unruly now or not, that's different. But I'm thinking beyond every reasonable doubt of an individual of that capacity for being the Minister of Internal Affairs, looking after the affairs of the security apparatus of the whole country, not to one sector, not to one of the school away with the one. This is not the whole country, the whole of Sierra Leone. Now you for be the head of the person where they set the rules and regulation of the security apparatus of that nation. Now they're going to give to David Pandanoa.
Well, you never know. Possibly in both school, he was the head of security, safety and security for both school. You never know.
Because you see, when we look at some of the issues that we will face as a nation, we'll not be surprised. We really not be surprised because this is now something where we don't. Now we put up upon ourselves. You know, like when you say John Rest.
John Pamaitulena, John Rest.
John Rest. That's exactly
John Itam.
What we're going through right now. It is the LJ situation. I don't know what is going to be the end product of it, but we pray it doesn't come out to be something that bad.
Yes, Femi, go ahead.
So, in the UK at the moment, we experience some strike them way then it try for green camp for the transportation. Yeah, so next week there's like 3 days of strike. We get for affects most of the week. For make that strike they happen, a lot of people can come together. We call a union. So a union of workers can come together and say for we basic rights and we want this, we want that, we want that, and we will strike. So they come together as a brotherhood, a sisterhood, one for all and all for one. LJ is a musician.
Yeah.
There's a lot of young people in Sierra Leone. We look up to LJ as one of the senior artists in our country. One question I have is, where are these artists? How much noise are they making for one of their own? We cannot even say one of their own. A leader, because even if they not get a former union, we don't say he join, but he's a major figure in the entertainment industry in Sierra Leone. Where all our artists, and if they're saying something, I believe so. We also get an ambassador of entertainment, where they close to the bar in yes. Why aren't these guys, asking what is going on?
I mean, if I can come in quickly before T-Boy Vex and broke the studio for me, we talk about artist union and all of that. Let me come in and throw in something quick. Yeah. Firstly, the last time we arrest LAJ, you have droves of musicians and entertainers them. We go na CID and go show solidarity with her. That I will give them. Okay? For this particular term, then firstly, just like we, they don't know Usaide. He's been kidnapped by the government of Sierra Leone through whatever means, inside government institution, inside government police station. The Sierra Leone police station at Congo Coast, now they then kidnap LJ. Nobody knows Usaide, except the rumors they already hear, because one thing people need to understand that not all the police or all the military they support waiting they happen so. Because other people they get conscience. Now Sierra Leoneans say, possibly like you say, T-Boy or Femi, possibly the way like LJ music, possibly the way LJ fan, you don't hear something, some side, he say, okay, let's say this so say una see na this and don't do amuna watch. Because what we hear first, the substance where them inject and with one of the close source where I get now that the substance is something similar to it in they inject late in the normal and late for the sankoit. So that statement to say if he comes out, he's not going to be the LJ people let me sabi. It is possibly true. It is possibly true because, like you said, T-boy, if they go stab somebody with a red, who say you don't see red injection? If not a poison or something they go kill you nerves them, where they cripple you for life or left you for dead slowly. Okay, so with the musicians, the few people away follow the trail like today, LJ and 7 of the people away the RFM, we go. Now the Benghazi place were arrested. They're only just because they go ask question. Say we are saying I so them bring with brother, or we comrade, or we colleague, or we boss, whatever they call them be. Okay, then go there for go inquire because people then believe say that they then can go. The police then deny say no to them bring anchor. So if Benghazi, everybody believes that they don't care and go, but in Benghazi they deny say no to they don't care and go. That means that the other torture camp now Hastings now they don't care and go. Because they have another
series of torture camps in Sierra Leone.
Yeah, they have torture camp in Hastings. When are they APC sheriff? This kidnapping not to today start. APC sheriff was kidnapped. Now Wilberforce bottom mango. Then Krango na that place there. Then taking phone because he was active on social media, and he's a ex-US what you call him, military person. They kidnapped him, they took him there, and then take him phone and delete all the messages them inside there, and threaten her because he got American citizenship. Now the only thing that they say make them not kill her, and at the same time the same APC sheriff Lima insecurity them shoot at them. Na Hana Benkakoka Street. So these are just bring for the kind thing the way make us say these are the 7 people that were responsible. So if we ask, indeed, we expect the musicians them and people the way they with for come out, not just musicians but people of Sierra Leone. Because like Femi Electiboy say, today is the LJ. It's concerning. It can be me, it can be anybody else. Then go just pick you up at it because they not like how you sound. So until we go say something now with and not like, then go then kidnap yourself. So who do you want to? Do you want to the police where they go kidnap inside police station? Do you want to the police? So that's that now the vice presidents come in with all the things that we don't happen. The vice president of Sierra Leone, Dr. Mohamed Juldeh Jalloh, when are you head of police council? The police are not able to investigate all NTS and do this. That means you're doing a poor job. Now then they go kidnap people them inside to you and carry them gonna touch your chambers. So if you talk about what you call an ambassador for music, Femi?
Yes, the ambassador of entertainment.
The ambassador of entertainment an arch rival. Caldinero is an arch rival of LJ, and they talk bad about him every day. Even today where people and everybody they say. Then they repost waiting Caldinero right where they talk bad about LJ music then today. Yes, I go ahead.
So Juma, I made that point particularly because of that.
Yeah.
I know about naming him, but he's the ambassador of entertainment. It no matter if me and you to not see one way. It no matter if me and you to not arch rival. You're supposed to represent me. You appointed to represent me. He's the ambassador for entertainment. LJ na major figure na the entertainment industry. Elect una no dey see eye to eye. It's your job. You're being paid by the government's money, the people their money for represent the artist them, for represent entertainment right next to the seat of power.
Y'all see Caldinero beat somebody, broke bottle, then beat and manhandle and video the person, post on social media, then still make an ambassador for entertainment. So what do you expect? You feel say them put on there because they want somebody where they can help for unite the entertainment industry and musicians? No. They reward them because of the thuggery business we don't do, because of the things that we don't talk about other people, because of this rivalry for create this big enmity. We they see, Gary Boy.
One thing we fail to understand two things. The country is so subdivided in various different ways, in various different capacities, and in various different institutions. Now, when you look at the entertainment industry per se, it doesn't exist anymore. We have now an industry, and I will call them an associated industry. It's based on your association, is how you relate to what in the music industry stand for. So, yes, they not already form their own different associations, and that association, now, if you're not in line with the association that are closer to power, you are not part of the entertainment industry. You are on your own, doing your own thing. So what exists is the fact that you still have the artist union president, who still they exist as the president of the artist union, and in govern few of the artists them way not to the power artists them, but they still do exist. They run the affairs of the artist industry in their own capacity. Yes, the Collabo group.
So that's been dubbed the APC group.
Yes, now that's been Collabo. But Collabo, I will not say is APC. I think I am very much impressed with his attitude before election and after election. He still remains to be the same person. Nothing has changed in his way of thinking. And Collabo, now Mende picking. Now
I just want to say, not to Kenny Michael.
So basically, he's not political. If anybody think he's political, that's fine. That's their opinion. But I think Collabo has maintained the structure of entertainment. Now he do. Now he govern instead. But he don't make it clear say he's not partisan, and he hasn't been involved in partisan.
You know why? So this now, so I can give you a little bit of, agree with you a little bit from something we said before. He surrounded himself with people that were on the industry long term. They get experienced veterans. Again, veterans them around them, both in Sierra Leone and out of Sierra Leone. And when they come out here, they see the support where then they give. The reason why I say this, Lady Felicia did a concert in Maryland. I wasn't there, but I was fortunate to watch some of the clips. When you look around, these are all the people that are part of that artist union. They all went there in droves for go support Lady Felicia as one of their own, because they like music, they like entertainment. This is them. This is what they identify with.
So now you get to be very honest to you, the entertainment industry not on serve its purpose well in Sierra Leone for the past 15 years, if I will be specific. And the reason being, over the past 10 years, to be direct, most of the aspiring musicians, they will not get musicians, they say, man, not say musician. Most of the aspiring so-called artists.
They sing, say the singers.
Now, artists, they sing. Well, not singers, they sing.
Also artists, them.
Not acting, because
okay, Femi, give me correct term.
Femi, give me terms now, because I
the entertainment good.
And China be manager.
The artists, guys, they produce an art. You might like it or not. No, they are artists.
You have to respect what they do.
So they're artists. They might not be instrumentalists, but they're artists.
Okay. We have to respect that. So artists.
So say the artists they organize, because myself an artist anyway. So myself will put himself in the category.
Myself an artist.
I don't know about you, but me an artist. I don't know about you artists. So who's the artist you be Juma?
Also not comedian.
No, me not a comedian. But yeah, like I say, they don't do justice for themselves over the past couple of years. Meaning, there is no association in Sierra Leone way effective in terms of union. I personally think we don't need union in Sierra Leone because they're not effective. They don't serve in the interest of the union. The purpose of voting the union stand for. If you get artist union, is to look after the affairs of fellow artists when it comes to issues relating to their career or maybe sometimes their personal lives. But in Sierra Leone it's different. We get different forms of cabal of the artist union. You get the one already with the Paupa, you get the one already with the APC, you get the one already with the neutralist. And those
the sugar and one them.
Well, they call it neutral. You want to really jump, yeah. They don't seem to belong, but then they pinch half and half on both sides. And those are the dangerous ones because then they sit on the fence and get things for be shamble, so they benefit because when they get act with money, then they're enforcing the call. So basically, it's all about self-interest. And LAJ is one big example of one of the poorest management structure the world gets for we elites them where they get to the top of their performing acts, and then when they drop their level of performance, they stand no chance in survival. We complain a lot about the footballers, the immune section, but I think the artists themselves now one big factor than the way they lack. Let's tell you one reason. LAJ don't live in life in Europe. Whatever he might have done, don't make in career go put on hold at some point. He came back to Sierra Leone as a deportee and not able to travel back out of the country for go places then wait until Ibidoris for leave. But okay, that's LAJ. But I feel say as a union, we for begin look at the interest of the people that we don't make mark in the industry. Because if we allow them for derail, they don't just derail as a person, the industry is going to derail with them. Because it shows a living example of the failures of that particular industry. And it will not encourage people to think positively for come into that industry. When the team will don't make mention of the ex-footballers of Sierra Leone when they left for languish in the streets of Freetown because nobody is paying attention to them. It's equally the same thing when it happened to the artists then. Now, let me look at the artists union. Other than it govern the new act, the middle age act, or the old act. What happens within those three segments of acts and how then they protect their own interests? Nothing like that is in existence. So the industry itself don't fail woefully because they don't have a body that can sit together and deal with all the issues they have. So because the LAJ issue for don't be sorted out long ago. Because if the industry get a spokesperson, if always they represent, if the industry gets a law representative, because for any medium where you put together as an organization, una forget lawyer, una forget medics, una forget all sorts of different things that really represent una in terms of anything una will need. So that's how the industry has failed the people already within that industry. Collabo might not have enough resources and support around him for fix the LAJ situation or any other situation related to artists over the past couple of years because he's already been sidelined by this pauper government. We're not give him even the power for make it exist.
Correction, SLPP government.
Well, the SLPP government not give him, don't sideline him because they say they support the party. So basically, he doesn't even have enough power for execute in duty as the president of the artists union in Sierra Leone. And I feel that's a sad situation because they have created this division.
But come back to what Femi said earlier, it's the same pattern of divide and rule.
Yeah, of
so
course.
Take one group, empower them, left the other one, let them frustrated, say their way to call, and then go succumb and can't join you.
Because LAJ institution is not just based on political issues then, because we not say Eleje don't visit the president.
It is political.
No, not just. I am saying not just.
It is just political, nothing.
Let me give you the reason why it's not just political. Eleje might have had beef with some of these individuals, even with Lawrence Lima. Politically, I don't physically believe it is a political issue more than personal issues, and then politicians are giving it a blind eye. That is what I believe. No. Because the reason I say so, Eleje's encounter with the laws or the laws to be in Sierra Leone, it don't get nothing to do with political issues them in the initial starts. Like the incident that happened, so they made statements about Mende or Mende. He was not the one that made a statement, but he was within the group of people who make these statements and then pick on them. And the others from above where come for can kidnap him, na Congo Coast Police Station, was like Lawrence Lima. So basically, this same individual don't make threatening statements against them in the past and in family. So it is personal to me because the politicians are ignoring what is happening. But I don't think it's deeply rooted into politics.
No, yeah, Femi, me can't tell you what I think in a political issue. Let me go ahead.
So, Juma. So, T-Boy, Juma, a few things then, personally, I believe, and I talk for myself and I talk for nobody, I believe, we, government are happy for people and for do work for them and take credit when things are good, but they always they fail for do now for put processes in place for protect people them. We get LG. A few years ago they killed the DJ. The person who killed the DJ go jail. Government, not even government, Prezo free the man. Prezo free the man we kill the DJ. So there's no protection for anybody. If the government's not able to provide jobs them for the youths, and the youth then go provide then job also for themselves, as in the musicians, I think or the artists, I think government's responsibility now for ensure with them in a place of work, which now all over the place because the entertainment, they sing, they talk, they express themselves, they should be protected. LJ in power now in voice. He should be free to say what he thinks is right or wrong going on in the country and not for be harassed by him. Government supposed to put measures in place for deal with that. The union supposed to lobby the government for Dentiaso. What I'm saying is that our industry has not grown because we haven't looked at Dentiaso. We not look at the entertainment industry as a business. Governments are the biggest employer in Sierra Leone. It's their right, if they're not able to employ them, young man and young woman, they are so at least them for protects them, and that means to say them for accept what in the union say. So the union leaders them, and if the government don't say we can make a whole ambassador for that entertainment industry, I think say that ambassador elect self say he gets beef with LG, supposed for represent LG because he's being paid for that position. And I think say na dandy wrong. Elect if LG get personal issues with Lima, with whoever, he's an entertainer. His power is in his voice. Except if na they try for tell we say governments they try for set LG emote. So if they try for set LG emote, then they're doing a good job about it. But may then take them, may they not kill people picking. May them take them, may they not kill people picking, because this not to the first, not to the second, not to even the third term where then they abuse that poor man in human rights. Now they don't go cut in dread. If anybody knows what that means, it's very significant. Yeah. And they say Belena before they come. That EIL LGB gets, you know, for go overnight too. So if they tell you say na lie, then they lie panam. If una free am, he go come out, we go see am. There's no one that go that year at the back. So if una don't arrest the man, he been getting full locks. Where una get for left arm or where he get for go court, where we get for see am. We'd expect him for day like how we see how we go inside cell. Now Congo course. But I blame the artists, especially the big name one them. Because guess what, Juma, you say they arrest some of them, then can't arrest all man.
Exactly. No, you're absolutely
They cannot arrest all man. If we stand together, they can't arrest all of us. It's not possible. They can't kill all of we. We need to stand. I know they say when I go feto, but we need to stand together. You know, go na Congo Coast police station, go ask who we brother Kana Yaso. It's your responsibility. Where we brother?
Yeah.
You know, if they never go find lawyers, when I go find lawyers and make them go pull the man. If the man there Congo Coast police station, make them pull an ado. If you not did it, they never tell what and do it time. Because now una custody the man there. Somebody needs to say something.
So you're absolutely right, Femi. I agree with you that then go arrest 1 or 2 person if then go there, in drifts. But if you go in droves, a large number, they will not arrest all of you. You're not going there to fight. You're not carrying sticks and stones or any kind form of weapon. You are going there to demand that you want to see this person. And it is the right of every person where they arrest for at least able for see one person, for let one person be able for no usai a day. One, we don't know whether LJ sick or something where gets a medication where they take, for example. If you not get the medication, he will only deteriorate. But now if una don't go, not to if, when una don't go inject her with poison, una no can say na something else he gets. Because una get a pathologist will go possibly give una a false diagnosis saying that this now waiting column responsible for waiting. Me they predict 110 because that's what happens anyway. So coming back to your point, T-Boy, the whole LJ thing is nothing but political. Political because according to waiting them believe LJ is APC or he supports APC, right? And they don't try for do and come. LJ is a non-conformist. They come in lucky mods. Go to that person where you the car you put in a corner and say, take this, not talk again. LJ went to see President Bio, right? Where LJ go, what he say? If now the most humiliating thing that the way he go do, we all not laugh. We go say, so this is my happiest day in my life. If I will get power right now, if I will go hug you and kiss you, to that we see. We saw that. He went there. So for tell you, say this guy mean no harm. He just wants to do his thing, which is to sing, entertain, and be LJ. Because that's who he is. You can't change that. LJ, they don't get issue before. When this, when you make comparison, people will say you take sides. But it's real here. What you may want to say about musicians during the previous government, but when there were issues like this, up to the presidents, they call them, not so. Yeah. If they call them, they bring them come to State House and come and talk with them and mediate. Say, we're not for they do this now for be ambassadors of peace. Say they form this union where they end up commode salon. Over 45 artists. They not pick, say, you know this tribe or you know that tribe. They came overseas, can perform and all of that. Some went back, some did not go back.
But Juma, sorry for interrupt. But that's the problem. So the whole union doesn't work because the only time where the union seem for they come together, now we money there for sheep. Or we show they for make. It shouldn't be that. But it shouldn't be that. We should have the union for represent all of within them. So then you forget aims and objectives of within they want. As I say, there's so many young people them will work not day. They don't go fencing like this work they can do. We're going to pay with small. There's nothing where the union then put in place for actually secure people their livelihood.
I'm not saying the union is effective or they're doing what they're supposed to. That's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to make comparison where they can push somebody, say by force, if you can't join me or if you not support what they say, then I go make you life hell or I go kill you. Other the way than the previous government reach Emerson. You want to read and stone Emerson and Insai? All the people say, oh, now Emerson, you know, they sing. Not so. That is all they will say. But he's performing when he makes shows, APC people, let's say people, they don't care. They go to Emerson's show. But you taking that guy's dreads off,
Emerson, we don't call all ABC the Munku, so them boycotting last concert in the stadium.
But that's not the citizens their rights, right?
In London.
Yeah. In London.
Yes.
But say we not they go. But they're not them beat them.
No.
They protested in a way for say, well, if you don't call we Munku, we the Munku, then they go by equity column. So civilized them protested and sit down. LJ, you cut in dread. You know what you show so? You say, are they cut you dread? Now, both case not they come out. It's just equal to like a way you say you cut the person in throat. He left both. That is exactly what they have done. So
they don't reduce LJ in dignity to zero.
To zero, exactly.
That particular act on him,
exactly.
Because in your own acknowledgement to the fact, say yes, on a court I think he's reducing his dignity to zero.
Exactly.
He's practically taking away all my legal rights as a human being.
Exactly.
And you humiliate me and you make I look like piece of garbage.
Right.
That is literally what they have done. And I think if nobody is held responsible for that act, let's say he survived it, and nobody is held responsible for that act, then I think someone get to face a serious amount of human rights abuse accused.
T-boy, Naime can tell you, say the vice president, then don't beat LJ before. The vice president beat her. Police then participate. We see whether they slap him inside cell. They then call her names, Steve Man, this, that. The vice president of Sierra Leone at the head of the police council. They don't see that, they don't happen. They not call people heads, they not roll. You feel say something will happen right now? No.
Well, if something will happen right now, something will happen one day. Because like I say, none of these things will go unrevisited. Because whether they leave power today or tomorrow, we will make sure say we visit all the cases they also back in their absence, and they will face the consequences of it by the rule of law, where something will don't change now alone. We will be a better judicial system. We will work for the interest of the people, not for just few individuals. But I think we should not sit back and allow some of them to also happen, because it might be any one of us tomorrow. Yeah. So we got to really look at in a very serious manner. Apart from the person being LJ, something when LJ said make we aware of this. Imagine how many more practices of this way happen. We
ask about the guy for ordinary Panadol or paracetamol.
Can you imagine what else they happen right now behind closed doors of what's in they happen to people that were not so notable Sierra Leoneans then within the community? Can you imagine that? So you can't just sit back and allow them to happen because it happened to me, so it doesn't concern me. No, it shouldn't be like that. Because most of what happened to LJ, whether he survived this or not, we don't even know. I think a lot of people were involved in this kidnapping for face some amount of justice. If we not see justice, then the leaders then were responsible, including the vice president, should face some amount of justice in the future. He said he's a UN person, he works for the UN, and we know what's in the mandate and mantra of the UN is to save lives and property and make sure they resolve any kind of conflict that happen all over the world. And if you've been part of that system and you still able to mediate and you there in charge of the police force in Sierra Leone, I think you should be held responsible at some point. If under your watch people who were released from prison, they were given pardon, and you haven't seen those documents but you signed them, it means you are not being consistent in terms of your capacity of delivering whatever task has been given to you. So I think a lot of questions should be asked within the authorities involved in the not just the LAJ saga we talk about right now, but many other incidents that will happen over the couple of years where we still able for unravel nothing, no evidence, no statement, no reports, no nothing has been done in terms of investigation or something will come out of any of those incidents, whether being put into some amount of inquiry or whether being put into some amount of investigation. Nobody has been investigated. Even the saga of LAC we die, this guy DJ Clef we die with the LAC incidents. We don't still know who that them being get for whole responsible, but they only managed for sack the minister because they want for just make a statement for say they not act towards the incident, but it wasn't enough because yet still many people still keep their positions, even though the flaws happen from the top command to the bottom level of command structure. So we have to begin to look at some of the things very seriously because the security apparatus of Sierra Leone is very shaky, extremely shaky. For you to get an internal affairs minister, we don't know jack about internal affairs, then we actually they look for disaster. Anybody can walk in and out of Sierra Leone right now as they like. Because any
LSC walk out of Sierra Leone.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Anybody can walk in and out of Sierra Leone. Our security apparatus is not just weak, it's zero. There is nothing. The deputy internal affairs minister, no, Jack, which gets some amount of military experience. And then the one way they in charge of intelligence, I bet something no go sabi for use computer extensively well. Because the way how the intelligence community they work now is all technologically managed. You can lock down the whole Sierra Leone just by sitting behind your desk. I don't think you even have that capacity.
Uda.
We Minister of Internal Affairs, right?
No, I think that's how they get small computer knowledge.
Computer knowledge is different from knowing.
When I say get small, to the best of my knowledge, small.
Anybody can type. Anybody can open Microsoft Word document and type and make statements and write anything. But for go in depth into locking down Sierra Leone behind the desk of Insai Isidom, I don't think he has that capacity.
Who signed for lock? They accompany somebody where they issue a warrant of arrest for. Say the man cross border, they say that they lock. Femi can't just
Juma, T-boy. So we knew Posse where then just award a doctorate to.
Ura.
Call him Nange Plaba.
Okay.
He say in a 22-year veteran of the entertainment industry in the UK. Again, another entertainer with a Sidom very close to power.
Na dance na that club where we don't come or call.
Anyway, the point I try for make Juma is we have a lot of people that we suppose for the talk for artists. You might not like LG, but he should be free to express what's on his mind. And as soon as I say, it's like say the word not to emoti come out. Why is this guy always being treated this way?
Yeah, but Femina would say the word common emot.
That's what I'm saying. It shouldn't be wrong because in profession, na emot.
Yeah, but forget about the profession self-worth. Is it a crime to abuse another tribe?
T-boy.
Like that?
T-boy.
Right now, I'm gonna body back and say
T-boy, we're not going to talk about crime, not crime. Right now, yeah.
Is it a crime?
Honestly, Juma, T-boy, I think say sometimes, then say I think he make thing be. Sometimes this guy will be blessing for LJ if God spare in life. Because sometimes that in paper where he lost na America and we then deport and go Sierra Leone. Something that now the international world go accept her for return. Because right now, if you put all the entire way it is suffer, it looks as if his life is in danger.
It's not.
So
like,
if I was his people, if me not be infamble them, una go find lawyer them.
If they can kidnap you inside police station,
thank you.
The one thing where possibly then go deny you for any safety outside the country. Now, if you can't be able to provide safety and security for you, but if you can be kidnapped inside police station, who say hundreds of police people and they even get armed police people and they then get gates, then kidnap you, then pull you there, then can you go to an unknown location. Pass to the rumors now that they don't pull you here, you've been injected with some kind.
So basically, as I say, his life seems to be in danger. So for me, I would, if I was his family member, if I was his people, his lawyer, I'll go find, the top lawyers, them, let we go seek where we can pull under the country because his life is in danger. Contact Amnesty International. This guy was an American citizen. Yes, we know this is and that wrong, but right now his life is in danger. Usa una don't send and go so, human rights no seem for Didi.
The guy, another thing, Tibo, just for say this is political. Let's say all the issues the way they accuse LAJ of. Correct, okay? Now say he go thief, right? For example, or he go jog, or he go brutalize somebody. Let me bring simple example for you. Arata. Then go disrupt a whole elections. Whether they force not treason force. A whole elections. What happen? They award her with new black motor car. How many times the way don't swear them go jog people, then bag them, then they go beat people or broke bottle here and there. What happens? They'll take him in for protect him, not to for go lock him and for let people they not beat him or kill him, then protect him where everything don't die down, they release him again. Not so that they happen.
We have witnessed one of the arrests of Ayata when practically that they do. Now he walked himself to the police station.
Police station, exactly.
He drove himself to the police station because he wanted to be safe.
During elections,
yeah,
we saw what happens, right? When it go and vandalize and brutalize, what happened? The LUC anomaly, the LUC anomaly. I say, na this boy Arata. Not to say go bring a cap. Now go arrest that.
They can't secure.
Yeah, he go take a cam, he can't keep up. After elections, everything done. They left and let go. They not even charge and go court. So this guy, I tell you, LAJ situation is nothing but political. So
I see you political angle of the discussion. I totally know they dispute that, but I think it also gets a lot for the personal vendetta because
the personal all now the political. Because he's not with them. I make a bring the Arata camp. Because if he been personal, but he was with them, one person among the lots for Ronkasebuna left and Bona Wioma.
I agree to that side. But also, LAJ hasn't been that political over like a year. I would say he was political initially and over the past 2 years, but within the past year, he hasn't been politically active.
Guys, political, not political. His human rights is important. They're misusing their power. Then they take advantage from the man. Mm-hmm. You might like LAJ or you might not. It doesn't mean anything. Right now, the people are waiting, they pay for protect we when are the Salon police. Now then they cause all this problem. Because how you go there in a police station, then people and break into the police station and can't take you, and nobody not do nothing but that. The police don't do nothing but that. Because if police say they don't know whose side they, then that's false. Because he was on your territory. Una been the total control of the man. Una left make a mob can't take him. Because if una say una not get him, police not get him, then na civilian and can't take him.
No minister no get right for go pull somebody na police their hand and carry and go side once. No minister, no law, no that way give any minister right for overrule a police officer where the police officer don't institute an arrest. None, absolutely. If you get, you will go bring lawyer come, and all you can do now for request for let them bail the person. You know they can't give command as minister. No law books. The Sierra Leone Police Code of Conduct and the books do not say a minister can overrule. Possibly, I understand. So that means say if Lima go yonder, that means say now the vice president or the president now then get order for good. Because nothing. Now then I can tell you say the problem na salon. If trouble for don na salon, sonko for don na salon, and then 7 people and then are they responsible. I put the chief of defense staff there because now the military, now they go kill people them inside how you call the place. But them by prison, now military, now they go kill people in na McKinney, now they go shoot people in na Lonsar and Tombo. And now they recently, we they see where election come, then they send them. Whether na people wear just military uniform or na actual military people, but the chief of defense staff gets that then self responsible.
Yes, big Juma, not do that. You know, can't begin blame people who wear military uniform. We'll be small and a bit will wear combat. I remember assault or this way where you know where they cut it over them they call them T-boy where he puts the combat inside.
Yeah.
The pockets in the alpha place and the way they see them they stop you and they pull them and tell you say where you pull up.
Bronx way they do Bronx.
Thank you. So then they agree. So not begin people and they wear military. No. Anybody who wear military clothes go cause problem na military.
Right.
Therefore all the military responsible.
Yeah. So you get then 7 people and they repeat them again. I see foot of state being they call. Sorry.
Wait, before you repeat make I read one of we learned men statements on YouTube about the Minister of Internal Affairs in experience in IT.
Okay.
Panda gets small computer knowledge. He used to work the projector at One World Church, Camberwell, with his computer sets at the back of congregations, and the projector, the hymns, readings on screens. Femina, the one that.
So the person just don't support me statement that he gets some computer knowledge. I didn't tell you.
But T-boy no Juma. T-boy in Paddy. No beat around the bush. Not a with stranger. We sabi the man good one. But not T-boy in Paddy.
So then me qualify for do it if he can do projector. It me qualify for the minister of waiting.
Well, I just really look at the task of knowledge in computer.
Well, law allowed foot of state, yes, sir.
This LAJ issue.
Yes.
Volume.
I listened to the video there on YouTube, and I think I don't post up on this on a page. This is a very serious issue, and I think we'll therefore begin to send strong messages to the government. Some of we don't born, we begin them, we don't get nothing again what they look for. Then guys, yeah, let them behave themselves. If they cause trouble in that country, they make the world tight for them. I swear to God. Then get the relatives there outside here, with Sabu side and day. Careful. If they value their life, let them be careful. This is not a threat to it, it's a fact. It's a fact. The people are on the edge. It's in their best interest to slow down and begin to treat people with respect in that society. And another thing I could tell them, if you not feel say you not get for them at this art forever, you not continue for kill people them. You not even know till they happen next month. So tell you what they will not kill. Then they wait for you not they. For go deal with you now. Idiots. That's I get for sister.
Thank you so much, Foot of State. So All right, I rest my case. We'll therefore discuss that qualification later. I want for a screenshot that comment or save them at the chat.
Okay, you want to screenshot the message?
Yeah. Screenshot them and save them.
No, I will copy and I'll paste on the Facebook page.
All right, copy them and paste them, because we need that comment there for the future. Anyway, but let's come back to the LAJ issue. And Femi said it, and we always say, whether artists union or not, may they equate the abuse on LAJ, like how will they come out and protest against sexual abuse and rape? That's exactly what happened. Then kidnap somebody, then violate them. Because one, you hold the person, you shave in aid without in consent, ask you not to aid do you something. In aid not commit crime. There is no law in Sierra Leone where say if you arrest somebody, you get for creeping aid, except if they don't commit you now and what you call up, they don't sentence you. Something at the law down in Pademba Road. That's a whole different ball game. But whatever you arrest, whatever them they arrest them for, say they end up kidnap them, or it's unlawful in the first place. So you kidnapped him, you go, you abuse them that way there, and then you go, you inject them with stuff where people no take today. If not so true, una pull another. Una issue a statement, just like how the Inspector General of Police been come out and make big press conference and issue a bounty on LAJ aid with approval from the Vice President and the President. Because if that was wrong, una don't make sure so una don't suspend or sack that Inspector General of Police. But he's doing your job. He always there behind where the President they go, now chief security, they go and push people there. And the first Inspector General of Police, this was I see the clear crowd for President. Force.
Because that's exact duty. Man, exact duty that. So that's why he ends up doing it. But I think the issue for me very serious. So I don't know how we get for a look at them, but I think like Femi mentioned, is something that the family should take on board and see whether they can able for push for amnesty or human rights activists they're waiting as I don't know out of Sierra Leone for look at in case very seriously because his life is at stake now. It's not the first time they've tried to kill him. It's not the first time he's been brutalized by the force for good. So we therefore taking issue very seriously. Otherwise, we go begin look at some say past there he say LJ don't die. Then people will be now so you over and make like a joke and kill a man. So I think for avoid that, I think we'll forget serious amounts of human rights people therefore look into the LJ situation because it's really getting out of control. And if the LJ situation gets out of control, it means nobody will be exempted. And what about
T-boy, we get for wait let the LAJ situation get out of control for let people believe say nobody is safe under this government.
Let say we can't wait for that to happen.
So right now nobody not safe under this government. As simple as that.
We can't wait for that to happen for makes things
that it don't happen. So T-boy, what else can happen on them kidnap person inside police station? What else go happen for let you believe say you're not safe? When problem happen, who say you they run go?
Their police station.
Police. So if they can kidnap you in a police station in the presence, not to hide and then put the police station under siege, then go, then dialogue with you now. Then check you paper, the statement maybe they collect, then tell us your statement, not mean nothing, and check and forth, let we take this policy law, go no ask will that bring that car. Yes, Femi.
Well, it's Alexis Salona film. You know, this one's on Nollywood though. This is Hollywood, my brother. You know, we they see prison break. No, not in prison break, so now waka the guy waka come on a prison. With the president in pardon. Now they send a kidnap man there inside police station. You have visited some Western film they watch. Really? The people always supposed for the make we laws them. That then they break the law then so. How you, policeman, you allow people in for inside your police station can take prisoner out of una control. Can go. They una they talk say una don't know in whereabouts. That means you're part of the problem.
Last
then for arrest all them policemen we allow them for all boy them.
Femi and T-Boy and we listeners, when something happened here, all right, then the police show up, okay, then try for say okay, we they invite you go na police, then somebody come out from nowhere and come talk something. What thing they can say? What is the term? That then they tell you say wetin, stay away because of what? If not, we will arrest you for what?
Police interference.
Police interference and the other one, the common one. No, obstruction of justice. Right? Obstruction of justice. That's then they arrest you for enforce. Then now go back. If it is true, as waiting with confirm, because I confirm with family members that the brothers the way go, LJ brother them and other RFM people the way they work with her. We're gonna the Benghazi place. We then go ask and try for push for say we want to know if una say nothing so well Usai day. They arrest them. What happen? Possibly they say a nuisance them, trespass or obstruction of justice, right? And they arrest them. The same thing, the deputy minister still fall under that. If you walk into a police station for go interfere with police investigation and police work, he is liable to be arrested for obstruction of justice. He's not immune. You understand?
Not in Sierra Leone, yes, of course.
Well, now the Salon law force, the Salon law, you know, get no immunity where cover for do that in the first place.
Sure.
He can be arrested and locked up and be charged to court.
Sorry. No, Juma. He cannot be arrested and locked up. He should be arrested and locked up.
Right.
He should. So if they don't do him, therefore do it now.
Right. So
not in Sierra Leone.
It hasn't happened. So this is not the thing. But what would they say now? For let the police understand what thing they don't do.
But how do people understand what thing they don't do when they don't know what thing they do? How?
If LJ die, now the police, not to anybody else. So now you see, we don't forget about whatever happened. Nobody cares about what happened there. Because if the police been do their work, how them been for do them, then people for turn on LJ say, already people have done against sympathy, you know, the police been done against sympathy. Hey, LJ self, you know, go tire, blah, 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 blah. But when people don't actually know what happened, don't know, say, he has been targeted by this government.
Somebody mentioned at the YouTube chat say similar incidents happened to that former Honorable KU in the for Beirut.
Thank you very much.
If they released him from police custody, he died mysteriously after that. And there's that same kind of injection they inject him with.
Exactly.
So what's in the team behind the injection? Also, they inject people there with, if not to poison. And why would you administer an injection to somebody who not to sick patients?
The police not qualify for inject and how they inject them. So now I can tell you, say it goes back to the vice president, particularly because I'm in charge of the police. The vice president. Now in charge of the police, because if under what then here don't they happen, then nothing not they change. That means if problem for another country they problem na salon, now then 7 responsible. I repeat again, the deputy minister Lima, the present internal affairs minister Mr. Pandanoa, the inspector general of police Sovola, and also be the chief of defense staff in name. the chief of defense staff, the chief justice, na courts, na the judiciary, the vice president and the president. Then 7, if problem for Donna Saloon are the responsible. T-boy, we get for Fende, where they take the portion from that TRC about the police.
Okay.
And law. Let people understand the seriousness and severity of what they talk about. So yes, sir.
Okay.
Femi.
I honestly think, his life is in danger. In people them, the family, the immediate family, the extended family, the artists, and any other well-wishers them for organize a march to the American embassy. Now they them for go march. Go tell the American embassy, say una deport that man, but una don't come put in life in peril. Then in family with the America, because I believe say still get family there, we still there abroad. With the America, they need to write to the local authorities them and ask but the family member in whereabouts in Sierra Leone, because the government of Sierra Leone seem for get something against the man. It's imperative. If they not do that day, like a play, something bad go happen to that body. If not to this same, something at the next day with the Olam.
Femi, we not for left this na the family and this na Salone problem is bigger than artists, is bigger than LJ in family. This na a Salone problem when a big problem. How then can say free this person we get political power or some kind of position? Now the same way we all for come out and talk about this. Una not get for wait until it be somebody will get title and portmantle, or where they write tinted motorcar inside with your condition for not begin put pictures. Say free this person. We stand by this person. We stand by that person. LJ na a figure in Sierra Leone. He's an influencer and they don't violate human rights and his life is in danger. Simple. The brother them, immediate brother them where they Salone, where go ask questions, then don't arrest them safe. Just for asking questions. And like you say, if just the family members then go, or 2-3 RFM people, then go arrest them and do the same thing to them. But if everybody come on at it, like how people been come on at it for the little girl, may have so rest in perfect peace, Khadija. If people come out at it like that, you understand? Almost people let them go arrest. Let people understand, say enough is enough. T-Boy don't say, LJ is not a politician. You might not like his words, his utterances, or things the way they say. LJ don't. When are the last time LJ sing?
Almost about 6 months.
Sing. He they do freestyle, but how many other musicians then they don't come out where they sing against this government and they say una get for common and indeed una get for commodity. That's the reality. With all this that's happening, who will want to succumb themselves under a government like this? Who? I don't know for you, T-Boy, but me, who will really in their right mind that you not feel they scared, say we go Salone tomorrow, then they go all you, then can you go to police, then they go give you, they go inject you.
They carry on Benghazi.
Not for Benghazi, we don't know where he is. We don't know. Yes, sir.
You use the right word, scared.
Yeah.
They're scared of him.
Yeah.
They're really and truly scared of LG. Now I make them they do this to him. Right. Because they know say he commands the respect of the youths. You know, and a chief rival is possibly behind all this as well.
It's not possibly, yeah. It may be and everything. So, and LJ, if you want to brand him APC, he's not APC. The man not so carry a member of APC. LJ they were read by virtue of.
Well, I talked earlier. One say he's not a politician. He's not actively involved.
He's not a politician. Does not mean the reason behind his in arrest and.
They're just using. I think they just it's personal.
No, it is political because they're using political systems.
They might be using the political axis, but I think it's
not political because they all agree from President Kandong. Agree because President, if you not agree, this is an embarrassment to your government.
The president doesn't have full control of what happens in Sierra Leone. He's not even aware of some of the things.
That is not true. That is not true. I challenge that, T-Boy.
T-Boy, left them talk then. Come on, man. No. You know that's na escape hood standing.
Yeah, exactly.
Let we know they allow Dandy forgive. We all years then are gone. Then say where elephants heard they come. You don't hear them from far away. The same president center we say lights in a saloon. We did almost 1,000 miles so we know say lights no day. You they talk say light on the you village on side. That man they talk say light the all side. He knows what is happening. Lord left for the make excuse say he no know.
And even after we no go corner, the pikin they tell the pikin and say lights no day. The pikin and sing to them say lights no day. Look the sky, sun and defend the light. But a year later, he's still getting confidence for tell we say in lights they all sign at the country. So nobody knows tell we say no it's they happen. He's got social media. He participates. They participate on chats now WhatsApp. They watch Twitter. The first lady in West now very active on social media, and he talk and say they all took in chat. So not to anything, the president can talk and say they see, they hear everything. How will they not say that they cause her? Yes, Femi, go ahead, sir.
I defense until I want to play for you.
Okay. All right. Why should you defend that? You know, so this issue for me is beyond just the family. It's not a family thing. It's a Sierra Leonean thing because nobody is safe in Sierra Leone. Then go begin go kidnap people and at the host and just now. Inside you
in a police station. Why police station.
Right. But you know say they kidnap people in a taxi now.
Then they don't exist for them.
They kidnap people in a taxi. You know? So if they kidnap people in a taxi, then they kidnap people in a police station. Where is safe for you?
So are you saying we should start the free LAJ campaign?
Well, not just free LAJ campaign. It's a free LAJ campaign. Yeah, we want to know. Yes, Femi, go ahead.
Tell me if you can hear this, please.
No, not here.
People come together. Why I talk about the social media, Insai Salon on WhatsApp, Facebook, most of the young people are left on phone So when you propagate any message through that, before you know it's out there, it's not 100%. You know, if it's the penetration maybe it's about 30 or how many percent. But a lot of people will read now. The WhatsApp, they get Facebook on their website. So we get to take advantage of that. And why we take the internet seriously? Because now in the direct international community and they have a great say in what happens. Christian, I talk not in your mind for.
Yeah.
You want to tell me saying a man this way don't know about social media?
Of course you know about social media.
You know that invoice, Andy T-Boy?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so now that invoice.
Now the current president of the Republic of Sierra Leone, President
so, and you guys are telling me that he doesn't know what is happening.
Tell you that.
He knows as much as we self know. Left for they make excuses for and say he no know. That is his get out of jail card. We're not gonna allow him for user.
Exactly. He's aware, and as far as me concerned, if you not do nothing, means say you sign off on everything that happens under your roof. Now I make a
consent. I agree.
Yeah, the vice president of Sierra Leone, the president, the chief justice, the inspector general, the chief of defense staff, the minister of internal affairs, and in deputy. If wahala for dona salon, now then 7 people in day, now they're responsible. Now they're responsible. So people don't begin say T-Boy, the free LAJ and justice na salon. You know, and people for be held accountable, you know, for the human rights violations and where they happen under.
Let me have to say people should be held responsible because at the end of the day, the people already execute the amount of duties of voting and they give the instructions them for, and the one who really give the instruction, they're all for be held responsible for some of the action then, because otherwise we are still going to be faced with some amount of chaos we will not even know where they come up from.
Right.
So if that's what they are planning, or if that's what they want to happen, then we are in for a lot of danger recipes of putting it for happening.
There's a small piece now they soak trosis.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So wait don't soak past market they smell. Wait, smell what's in the apple.
Actually, Juma, they say small piece, then they smell trosis. You don't see any soak trosis, so then they soak bid, but then they smell trosis.
All right. Anyone now? Yeah. But we don't smell them. What's in the apple for me?
I got to go kaiti blockers.
Exactly. So now that they want to happen. We know we are at a kaiti waiting column. The Malombo, we know it's in the apple. So
what's the headline of the campaign?
Well, starts with the Alec Kunku say we LAJ and justice, and we demand, not to ask, we demand justice na salon.
But Juma, I like the whole idea of this, but honestly, it shouldn't stop there. Honestly, me attire for then musician and come together, we make a song, we put no. We need to go in numbers. They not go una not afraid, they not get for arrest and all. Once una go in peacefulness, una not get for go fete, don't make plaba, no nothing, una just go demand for no with up to una brother. Una go na the American embassy. These guys, they don't like negative publicity. Una go na the American embassy in numbers. Una take
High Commission.
Una take picture. No, na America say na go back na salon. Una take picture. Una the journalist them. Una write article them. They do not like the president talks. So the international world is listening, is watching social media. Una use social media to una advantage for make them free una brother, make God spare in life. Come on that country before something bad go happen to them.
So we let the comments say we they come na the chat. Una continue for bring una comment them which una want for let be the title for the flyer. T-boy they do the flyer so they speak. And once we done with it, post on this chat group and please share them, as far wide as possible.
I know say the flyer as we speak.
So just for told I said T-boy not a projector IT savvy. I want play that comment back 1 more second.
I don't post it. You know the chat.
I can't see it. I don't know for some reason.
Check the Facebook. I don't pin.
I don't able to see Facebook chats today for some odd reason.
Never check your device. And the boss made the statement. It's not just Sabiamo. It's not in depth.
I'm not seeing the statement. I need to turn off my phone and last.
Let me read it back again for you because again it's very serious. Because at the end of the day, the statement say
the Minister of Internal Affairs.
These are from one of the greatest fans. Now, Femi Padio. Family cancer anybody just now. I'm going here to talk.
The family post it. Yes, na me man, not to me padio, na me bra.
Oh, of course.
Na me bra na post it and Mr. Sabi the guy. I don't talk as say the guy na Tibo Paddy. The guy with them post bots. The other post na me on Paddy, but the other post bots are Tibo Paddy.
Na no business nine. Femi don't play so.
He said Panda under another get small computer knowledge. He used to work the projector at World Watch Church, Camberwell, with in computer set at the back of the congregation, and the projection and projecting the hymns, readings on screen. So that's the knowledge We really talk say he gets internet knowledge. Now the internet.
I don't say internet, so I say small IT. If you able to connect the projector,
you get small IT knowledge.
Yeah. If you're able to connect the laptop to the projector, not so small that day.
Okay, so we don't get any finalized statement or topic for Go with the Flyer.
Let me give small a little bit more. Just put the picture together and.
Okay, that's done.
Okay. So whilst we're doing that, what's our next? So this will lead me to the vice president.
That's it. Correct.
Yeah, we can cut and short, quick, and then. So again, the same thing. The vice president. We want for know what he go do. Na Samaya Bendugu, when at the same place Insai and forget a by-elections na Constituency 056. But what make this is of interest to we, because we find out, say, they have been blocked the opposition party, the APC, for go campaign. Because we don't know, now it's tradition where elections, they other people of that political party, they go there, go show solidarity, campaign, and, vibrate the area for show why they need for vote for a young candidate, right?
Yeah.
So that's been the norm. And we know say, on paper, when they don't give somebody right for go on side, usually the other political parties, they balance come out there. I know senior politicians them where certain events they happen at the country, then they even travel come out of the country. You know why? Because now for nothing like a confusion one for start for let them call them name that day. And that has been a respect as well for political parties. If they don't say this political party they can or this high profile person they can then they change their date or then divert. That has always been the norm. And again, for order, like what Tiboy been say earlier, Salon people they not like law and order, they know they conform. Then give timetable. Say this day na SLPP. This day na APC for rally. So the day where APC for rally, a high profile politician, the second gentleman, the vice president, see no other day for go visit that same place than the day where APC they rally. So waiting it go do they? This is the question. We end up creates problem, and not just stop there, the police them again and the military with full force chase a group of other people them with a truck and end up go get accidents where I think over 10 or 20 people left. I don't know the number, but a good number of people left severely injured where they may get for end up in hospital. So this is why we are asking, waiting the vice president go do na Samaya Bendugu Constituency 056, Insai then forget the by-elections. Say the AIG, the Assistant Inspector General of Police, within that area, the AIG Tommy, decide for block the APC group will be the good, including Dr. Samuel Kamara, when have been the 2018 presidential candidate for the APC. So this is the question, Femi. I don't know whether you get any idea or you think that's proper in the first place.
I'm not going to tell you what you go to do because I haven't got a clue. But what I go say, it's Alex and Afempla business. Because say certain thing they happen there, and say if you go there, not kuskaske for them, and you decide for go there, pa.
So then Tin and the T-Boy, I don't know what you take on that.
Crucial by-election na Salon, because this by-election na the by-election where they make a decisive judgment in a parliament, meaning then two political parties. Yeah, so even though APC, they not brutally steal them off their 10 parliamentarian seats. They still equal political seat numbers in parliament now, 52 each, right?
58.
So they basically fighting for one seat where you possibly make one of them get lead in parliament. So basically it's not an easy election, and it is a very strong hold for who I don't know. I think the MP every day don't move a step ahead. It don't go into chieftaincy. So now a particular area. So it means the MPCs get for the vacant, so then get for do a by-election. So this by-election is very crucial. And the fact of the matter say, you don't allocate different campaign days them to the two different political parties. You don't need to have any more political interference in that particular area if you are not supposed to be there. So I think the reason for me the vice president show up there, now for what create chaos. It's no other thing other than that. Because at the end of the day, if they don't split the campaign days, them say APC for rally today, SAP for rally tomorrow, or whatever it might be, I don't see no reason why the vice president for pay a courtesy call, not even around that region, Seth.
Yeah.
Because if you totally avoid that particular province, you not for go around Tonkolili district. Not because you're afraid, though. Not because you not for go there because you're not the vice president, too. But you for create some amount of sanity.
Correct.
So that you don't create any conflict of interest in your presence in that particular area, because you will compromise and jeopardize what in happen. Because that means you go split the attention of the people and way APC for focus on and do the rally. So why on earth you go pay visits in that particular district there and at the very town itself? Because you go create two kind of security. One, as the vice president coming into that region. Two, you have now a former flag bearer who is so popular within the region, and it go for go campaign for empathy because now their own campaign days. So now conflict of interest where you not get nothing absolutely for go today. Other than it's not a problem, you go for go create. And we eventually see the problem where you go create, where me get a text message directly on my phone, somebody they ask it, is it true that Samura Kamara was involved in an accident? Did he survive? And I couldn't respond because I don't know what the question was all about. I don't know what has happened. I did not say nothing. I just went silent. Now, until a couple of hours later, I realized there was an incident in Tonkolili where they go chase some people and where they say they get accident. But can you imagine what kind of thing you go for go create in that particular area at that particular time? What if people in Fadogo lost their life for nothing? I don't know what is the problem with every vice president. There seems to get serious issues the way they get for deal with. And I think it's totally wrong. It should not.
And you're absolutely right, Steve Boy, because now what you do, you put yourself at major risk. You endanger the lives of everybody where they under. You create unnecessary tension, which can cause any other problem. Where sometimes somebody sneezes, something is feel by your name. Sneeze, you there. When I sneeze, the person sneeze. They say, I don't cost the vice president. Exactly. Or they try for send honey panam. Exactly. Or want for let them send which gun panam. Exactly. The other person them brutalize like how they brutalize a legiso. So, and these people know this thing. The reason why may not forgive them kind thing here. If the vice president possibly before we make excuse for and say something, it not be ever work. But the
you never know it.
Eh? No, sometimes we say not be ever work like 22 years. There's something for make excuse for her. No, the vice president work. He work now one of the top institutions in the world, United Nations. You don't work in conflict areas, including Mali, where we know what can happen between communities, between tribes, between religious groups, between clans, between politicians, between factions. What do? You want to mediate to bring peace, but you decided for go provoke tension where if it been happen, it go worse than waiting happen. So, what you for been say? Would you have blamed it on the APC because the president be don't brand the APC say na terrorist party?
Well, I'm blaming him for making me, isn't it?
Huh?
He could have said that because I'm blaming him for making me.
Right. So if we don't blame say na terrorist party, but who instigated whatever happened out there? It was your presence. And not to, you know, if you not be know, it's a different ball game. But before a president, a vice president, or a high-profile person they go anywhere, they don't contact the security forces. They don't alert the local. Then go don't tell you say XYZ events they na so, and you na head of the police would have best for advice. They wait and stock. Then they will forget answer. Other than the pick phone call.
Yeah, you,
Mr. Vice President, we get this issue. But we are stuck here. What do you do? What do we do? You give them advice. Okay, well, for the interest or in the interest of peace, in the interest of stability, in the interest of safety, una do this, and do. But you go put yourself na the scene. You create problem. People end up in hospital. Poor people then people they not you get for pay their medical bills. You don't know whether some of them will die at the end of the day, and nobody will know about that. And the government went silent. Again, who is to be held responsible?
Him.
Left phone thing.
Him.
Phone thing.
He going end up for me another buff case.
Complete buff case. So if we they talk about people in position of trust, not because we hate anybody or we they directly target you, but it's the actions. The actions. Anybody tell we say if President Bio they go so on side, then Dr. Samaya Kamara decides say they take group of people left. Instead they go past the waiting will happen. Ordinary generator then shoot people and then kill them. Ordinary generator on an order shoot to kill on site. People let them lock the inside cell on an order so na go spray they let them kill the inside it and blame it on the opposition. And the vice president decided to pay courtesy call as T-boy column. Now a place where you know say on that particular day the opposition get for rally and I official they not grab no more than get that and say they go down so now official timetable where neck give them.
Yeah.
Table.
And even value the neck operation self.
No. So their own institution themselves for them put their knowledge. So one thing where I see, and the international community picked on this, right? And that's the very United Nations, United Nations Resident Coordinator, Babatunde Ahonis calls for inter-party dialogue. So one of the agencies then for the institution where he work for take this up and they issued a press release, press statement. Freetown 10th June 2022. The United Nations in Sierra Leone expresses concerns over the violent incident that occurred on 7th June 2022 in Bendugu town, Samaya Chiefdom, Tonkolili district, ahead of the by-elections for the Member of Parliament of Constituency 056, leading to injuries to people and damage to properties. What's not the police they work for protect life and property? The United Nations deeply condemns all forms of violence and calls on all parts of society, including political leaders and party supporters, traditional and religious leaders, national and local institutions, and citizens in general to commit to a spirit of tolerance and to work together to maintain peace in Sierra Leone. The United Nations in Sierra Leone calls for a prompt investigation of the incident so that perpetrators may be brought to justice. The United Nations in Sierra Leone urges dialogue, including between political parties, to resolve political differences and stand ready to support such dialogue. So, if this investigation is to go on, who will lead the investigation?
Now, the vice president.
The Sierra Leone police know so.
Well, yeah, but they can't now because they are possibly going to be under investigation.
So how would you go and question the vice president who is on tone and don't want and for SEPA APC the reality? They tell us, come up before me they go. How would they investigate you?
Now you can't investigate your own, isn't it? But you should actually investigate your own according to the law.
Exactly. So now the United Nations. So you think that international institutions are not paying attention? They were prompt to issue a statement. Yeah.
They are paying attention. I think we underestimate the essence of all the statements just the way the international communities and they make. Mickey always say that they want the bad picking and the bad girl forgets rid of the bad picking anyway. So basically, if one of your products is misbehaving, you get rid of them. And this is not one of their products because the international community imposed this product on us. It wasn't based on the election result that happened 2018. It was based on agreement of whatever might have happened. They wanted a regime change. So basically, they imposed this stuff that is on us right now. They will have to deal with it.
So like other group have been saying Emma singing in song. You will pull, eh?
Yeah.
Yes, and see you will put now you for can pull. So I think that in the pencil right now. But hey,
you will put now you cook.
Yes.
Now you eat.
Yes.
So the one they will put
if you not put you know the mirror. Yes.
So you said for saying John Pamite
John yes. And John get for it.
Of course, get for it. You don't get a choice.
Anyway, if we don't reach here, I think say let's try for close today and then let's come back next week. So your last comment or statement for today's program. You
want finalize the poster that you put them out or
yeah. Go ahead and post them one time. Okay. So you can see the last what's in the title.
The headline is now free LAJ. We demand justice in Sierra Leone.
Yeah.
Because that is what I think it should sound like because we demand justice. Yeah. Kind of asking justice because justice is not coming.
Correct.
So we now need to start
demanding it. Yeah.
Yeah. So when we do that, maybe the people that are responsible for looking after the affairs of the security of Sierra Leone might be thinking otherwise now.
Yeah. Okay. Because so Fabula, we're going to share the flyer and please take a moment, download them and share them as well as far as possible with other people. Add your own comments, call who you're able to call, influence who you're able to influence. Government and police, if una get counter statements, if not to do so, una create LJ, una come, they go na platform, if una call it tomorrow, they go na platform for can talk. If una not inject them with that red substance, that una inject for this anchor and in Ganoman with ways something and the claims in now una inject Keru with as well.
Oh my God.
Well, then you start.
Okay, let's figure out the question that it's here for post this thing.
Yes.
Yeah, today we've had a great show. We laughed a little bit, but we talk a lot of serious things there. And mainly na the security of we people them. Naomi want close with. It's imperative that things get done and get done properly. We make an also una. We the Sierra Leone people them, then safety then at the hands of the Salon police. If una not able to guarantee the safety of the citizens of our nation, Uda go do that. It's imperative that una take we seriously. If una gets that mandate, na una sells them, una show the public that he's healthy and is being detained, and una they follow the rules. If una don't make somebody don't can take an on a hand, now una responsibility for go fair na whosoever they don't go keep am. Because today na LG, tomorrow might be one pa una save the police or una picking them. A lot of people are not feeling safe in Sierra Leone, and it's been like that for a while now. It's about time that Sierra Leoneans come together and demand more from the people them where they above. We want to feel safe. We want for the work and a treat. We don't tire for tap na us them or the big fence them. Make us have prisoners inside we home because we feel unsafe. But guess what? Some of them crime here so they happen. We make they build them fences so that because people can't earn a decent wage. People not able to feed them families. So what's in the happen? They turn to crime. They want go thief. Sometimes in the process of thief, they go kill. All because government's not able to provide for the nation. Papa government na una responsibility. You wouldn't call that Papa government. You're the father of the nation. It's your responsibility to feed, clothe, and provide security for the picking them. And the picking them na the populace of Sierra Leone.
I thank you so much, Femi, for those wise words. We have finalized the flyer, and then once we get our become upload and just no longer get an opportunity for share them out there. So over to you, T-Boy. So I just send one question to you for see if that's possible.
Okay.
Chat. Whilst T-Boy they try for get the flyer together, me just want to say, thank you to T-Boy and Femi for holding the fort today, because I come late. I appreciate you very much. Easy for do the monologue business. But these are issues that we have to discuss, and not so because I'm not trying to be apologetic here, but I just want to let people understand the reason for this. Anything will happen at Salon, they affect we all directly, not to just indirectly, whether you are in Sierra Leone or out of Sierra Leone. If you're not there, you have a family member, you have friends, you have people that you care for in Sierra Leone, or that means something to you. Or just that thing where they therefore ask you, where are you from? You say Salon. You can have another passport, but you don't ever get another country. So Sierra Leone is your identity. And it is sad. It is sad that you prefer for possibly another person country under any circumstance than you go to a country because you not feel safe there. So now we don't understand where people can say, me I rather go jail abroad than I did a salon they work freely. These are things like this because your life not mean nothing to anyone. One person will just grab and make your own law and do your own thing. For what? Boy Jalloh Jalloh call and ask, say, you're not going to be here forever and over. Okay, you cut LJ in the head, you inject him, you paralyze him, he die, you score your points. You don't prove your points. So what next for you? And what happens? Other people are still singing. You have people that are singing on your behalf. So what next? Are you able to answer that question? If LJ was your son, your brother, if LJ na be your nephew, if LJ na be your papa, or na your paddy, or na your sister in man, or your sister in boyfriend, you for glad for waiting happen so, or you don't have conscience. What is Sierra Leone turning into? I still say that the by time for T-Boy for come, once T-Boy come, then I'll allow like say the last one and lock close. I still say I'll join Femi for say with safety and security then a hands, and I suppose for this are the hands of the police. But if the police not able to protect we, wherein people they go kidnap somebody under their custody and protection, then we are doomed as a nation. And me the end I'm again for say, if problem for Dona Salon, Kuskas for Dona Salon, now 7 people responsible. Una prove we wrong if not owner by doing the right thing. That means the Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs, the Minister of Internal Affairs, the Inspector General of Police, the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief Justice of Sierra Leone, the Vice President, and the President of Sierra Leone. These are the 7 people that will hold responsible if anything happen in our country, because we feel say they're not doing it they're supposed to do for let we live as a safe people. Thank you so much and good night from my end, and over to you, T-Boy.
Thank you very much, Juma and Femi, and thank you very much to the viewers then within our Facebook and YouTube for their contribution to the show today, and thank you, Foot of States, for your 2 phone call contribution, and thank you to the other caller we called earlier on. We're making contribution, I think, in the call from London. I think so far we don't discuss about so many things then within the program today, how they go inside the Republic. We don't talk about sports, the involvement in Sierra Leone football, and how we perform during these 2 AFCON qualifying games that we'll get. We don't talk about the field crisis. We don't talk about the LJ Saga. We don't talk about the Vice President in visits to Tonkolili district. We have not been really called for. And we don't talk about so many other things then related to the topics there also. But the serious matter of everything we don't talk about today is boiling down to the security apparatus who get Nasalon with the government. I think as a nation, we are not safe within the hands of the current government, the SAPP government within power, because I feel to say most of the things that we don't know happened over the past couple of years has been directed to civilians who are basically unharmed. But if we get a system where they only decide for very few people then and marginalize the rest, I think we are looking at the recipe for disaster. And we don't have to go down the line of the recipe for disaster, because disaster is not what we're looking forward to as Sierra Leoneans anymore. We're looking forward to how we can develop the nation to make every individual get the ability for able to provide daily meal for themselves and their families. So we have to begin taking things there also very seriously. We have to begin look at how they implement things and for make people forget sustainable energy within the communities. We have to begin look at the rule of law, how we go seek justice for every single individual as long as you're Sierra Leonean, or as long as you live within the confinement of Sierra Leone, you should be protected by the rule of law that governs everybody within that sort of jurisdiction. As a nation, we therefore begin to stop the amount of brutality being imposed to individuals, to civilians, to politicians, to people who think they have the rights to their voice and want to voice it out there to the public for create awareness of what are some of the injustices that happens in Sierra Leone. So, as a nation, we therefore begin to think collectively how we will make a difference in how we will be able to execute some of the duties the way they are assigned to we, in some of the disciplines the way we might have or might not have any experience. Let's work with the people that we will meet, look, we'll work within our surroundings, and collectively we'll be able to make a change. So I want to extend my thanks and appreciation to Elma who watched you so far. And Juma, next time we'll send you per consignment now for come early, because you make a monologue kind of show today, okay, but send me back me off small. But it was a good show overall, and I think most of what we don't discuss, you can rub more today, and you make a lot of difference in your short time where you can join towards the end of the program. So I want to say thank you, and thank you for making sure that you actually take part into this program. But let we continue for raise the campaign. Let we continue for focus on the injustice where don't they happen to specifically LJ within the law enforcement in Sierra Leone. We don't know what is the issue with them, whether it's political, whether it's personal, whether it's self-inflicted. But I think as an individual, as a Sierra Leonean, the country owes some amount of security. And also, he's not just LJ, but he's one of the pioneers of Sierra Leone entertainment industry, specifically music. Because I remember back in the days, as in 10 years back, you know, we passed any streets of corner in Sierra Leone, we know where you me name no to lollipop, pulana emote, at the waka lekese, I get money in a bank. That's him. But what has gone wrong with him and the authorities of Sierra Leone that we don't know? They make it suffer a lot in the hands of the police and the justice system that don't serve any justice at all. But yes, you get people that still way they in support of what they happen against them. You get people that still they way full down and full and foot say we're not to their business. But bear in mind, LJ na somebody in Peking, na somebody in partner, na somebody in uncle, na somebody in border. It can be any of your directs of them or somebody in the world on call. So if we sit down as a nation, we fall behind and we allow injustice being placed upon that particular individual and nobody give a toss about it, it means it can happen to anybody. If we now don't live in the country where the police force can walk into the police force and kidnap an individual and torture him and strip him of indignity like the way they did to LJ, we yet to see what will be the reality of the man that we normally used to know as LJ, of what it can be known to we now. Let's hope and pray the worst don't happen, but we shouldn't sit by and allow the worst to happen for like we take actions in our own hands and ask for justice. So within the program today, we've come to the agreement within ourselves and everybody else. We don't in the chat group, we don't watch me. You kind of agree and disagree into the fact that we should raise an awareness campaign for the release of LJ and we need justice for Sierra Leoneans. So that is how we're going to end today's program, by releasing a flyer where we just don't design and start the protest and start the campaign for the release of LJ. And we also need for seek justice for looking at exactly what happened to him and how they pass and what's in status currently as he stands. Nobody knows where he is. Nobody knows what sort of injuries he has been placed on. Nobody knows exactly what has gone wrong with him. So we need the law enforcement for either come out with a statement or we need to know exactly what's the situation of LJ. So they release the flyer as soon as the program they done. And we go.
I don't post on our page already, and I post the what do you call it? I don't share them in the chat group as well. So that link where I share in the chat group, people can just click on them and get access to the flyer.
Okay, thank you very much, Juma, for that. But I believe that's not the starting of the protest we ignite from tonight. And let we share them as much as we can. Let we put on our status. Let we make use of the social media with the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone believe in. Because now the fact say he believe in the social media, now he make it utilize them as effective as he thinks he can. So we should equally do the same and use the same platform and medium as effective as equally as we can for make we create the awareness, not just in Sierra Leone, but also all over the world. Because the international communities are watching, Sierra Leoneans in Sierra Leone are watching, Sierra Leoneans in the diaspora are watching. Let's decide whether the injustice being laid upon LJ is justice. And if we say that is justice, is that the justice that we need for all Sierra Leoneans, or that's the justice that we need for just selected Sierra Leoneans? So until next week, and I continue for January, our Facebook and YouTube page, And thank you to the Facebook and the YouTubers for all their contribution. We will join you again for another edition of How to Go Inside the Republic. So until next time, have a good weekend coming up and enjoy the rest of the summer if you're in the UK. Enjoy the rest of the rainy season if you're in Sierra Leone. And enjoy the rest of the weather condition where you find yourself in any part of the world. Stay blessed. See you soon next week. Tata.
Silverstone Beats. People killing, people dying, children hurting, hear them crying. You can practice what you preach, or would you turn the other cheek? Father, 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 help us, send some guidance from above. People got me questioning, where is the love?
See this life going evil, we all have to give, oh yeah, yeah. Cause all I see is evil, and too much killing of my people, yeah, yeah. So let's bless one another, yeah, yeah. So let's help one another. I sing again, yeah.
Wait till me, I don't see this kind of thing where they happen. This not for be education opportunity. Now in the need, let we learn for the share, not to all time for big greed.
You see this life, the live, oh. You see where we lose or we know. Stop killing one another. Let's stand together, yeah. Stop playing the hero, looking at each other like was zero. On the block with a C, money they can make every day pan pre, yeah.
Alright, they took our boys, they take our joy, take our joy. This study time we stop now crime. Don't blind bodies like your future.
Stop the stabbing, stop the killing. Let's love one another. Peace.
I see fighting every day, I see dying every day. Why don't we help each other and pave the way for a better life, a life that we all deserve? Instead of killing each other, why don't we preserve? So you wanna be a bad man, he's gonna be a badder man. You got a big knife, he's gonna get a bigger knife. Our people suffered for years in chains. Now we turn on each other, cut for gains. For the ones that send the youth to kill themselves, you pretend to be a father figure but only care for yourself. You are nothing but the flesh of the devil. You're evil, low life on another level. Think about the mothers and the pain they go through. You don't care for these kids, they mean nothing to you. But karma only knows the boomerang maneuver. One day the green reaper will be your remover.
This head of the range ranting up some sanctimonious food is a poetic verses, ruminate a prophecy given to a sentient dude. So I say it's as it is for you to listen and deduce the wisdom that's gonna liberate and galvanize you. Under the sun ain't nothing new, that for black on black crimes and breaking news. Under the sun ain't nothing new.
You gotta stand up. Stand up for what you believe in. Gotta stand up. Stand up for what is right. Cause if you got me, then I've got you too. Regardless of what you've been through. Even when you're feeling new. Do this if we try. There's no time to waste, no time. Together forever, whatever the weather. Us as a unit working together.
See, I've been a long done, but me heart still not tongue. God don't lift me up, but me heart still not grown. You will never go far if you don't know where you're from. So I don't do it for myself, I'ma do it for the young. Please tell my brothers, let's do it for the youngers. Why spend a bag on a jumper? Back where you're from, people dying with hunger. With people then they suffer. You then I argue the bluff, it's copper. You're the game, need for change. Like we not get up. Where's the love? Where's the love, yo? Where's the love? I said,
where is the love?
Little youth, let's take time. Stop all the knife and the gun crime. Think of the future, paint that picture. Get a youth in the future. Peace gonna rain on me. Peace gonna rain on me. Yeah.
Let's stop the violence and come together. Get rid of knives and guns and bombs. Let's be together. Pray peace and love, golden hope through storm and weather. See what is going on. Where is love?
Tell me, how do you feel when you see your brothers and sisters lying down the street helplessly? And what will you do if you die today and find yourself in hell?
I want to ask you this. Look inside your eyes and answer me with all the truth. Where you get who's
inside the love thing.
When I left. Boku man them get nef. If you live by the nef, you go suffer. You know get sense, you know sabi say nef not for butter. Stabbing guys, yeah that's uncool. When it comes to knives, yeah I'm anti. What happened to fighting guys with your hands, G? When you stab a man, it's not one man you stab. Just remember that you stab a whole family.
People killing, people dying, children hurt and hear them crying. You can practice what you preach, or you will turn the other cheek. Father,